So, hey there, welcome, welcome. You can see to the right, I've got my little sketch of my little black cap chickadee, and I'm going to be using some cadmium orange acrylic right off the bat, just so I can get him sketched in there. And I think I want to have a branch coming down here, but I want to show you how I can conform this bird without using pencil, but you can use pencil if you want. You can practice on a piece of paper, or you can go ahead with an angle brush like this. Just a bit of water in your acrylic so it's nice and loose. So I want to figure out, I want to put him about here, and I want him to be a little bigger than he is there in the sketch. Now when I learned how to draw figures, I used circles. So the top of his head will probably come to about here. So I make a mark, and maybe I want his tail to be somewhere around there. So what I'll do is do kind of a circle here. Doesn't have to be perfect. Like I say, you can practice on your piece of paper. I'm just going to kind of figure out his plump little body. His body's, the branch is probably going to be about there because the tail. And I'm just going to do a soft sketch, nothing elaborate to begin with. I just want to find where my bird will be. He's got a fatter, his body comes out a little bit further than the edge of the face. So you kind of line it up like that. And then another part of his body here. He's a fluffy little guy. So maybe his eye will be somewhere in there, and his beak. Don't have to be perfect, just kind of figure out where his chest is and where the colors of the cap that he's wearing. He's wearing a cap. Okay. I want to make sure I get his body fat. Maybe I want to bring this out a little bit further because the beak isn't. It depends on where he's tipped his head. I kind of figure out his eye should be about there. His fluff comes out past the beak area. So he's turning out bigger than I thought. But I want him to be kind of big to take up this area here to balance out the painting really nicely. And all he's showing is his chest, as you can see in my little rough sketch. There's going to be a branch coming down. Just an easy, not too crazy with your sketch unless you want to. His feet are going to be in here somewhere, kind of match up with his eyes. A little more acrylic here. The acrylic on here helps me, so I can erase it. I mean, you could take a paper towel and you could kind of wipe a little bit, or you can get some water and you can sort of erase it, and then it dries right back up. His chest kind of comes like that. This might help you if you're doing it this way to learn how to erase acrylic. Now you can do this entire painting in acrylic, or you can follow along with the oils in the same way. It's only you're using water for your thinner. Now this can all be manipulated too as you go. Just get your nice round fluffy plump little bird. So, okay, now I think I will get this branch in here like this, kind of come down, sort of brings you down into the painting. And I don't know what I'm going to do here. I'm going to have some lupin flowers coming up. This is bugging me. I want to shape him a little better here. Took some water and I'm going to erasing this edge a little bit just to push that beak back. So that's bugging me. I'll do it. I'll play with these paintings until, but I like to mess with them until I'm real happy with them. So that's just me. You can do a quick overview, or you can do what I do, be tedious. You can do a lot with this angle brush for starters. I'm liking it. His little feet are gonna be here. Little fluffy chest. He's so cute. Little fluffs are gonna come out a little bit on each side. Okay, now I'm going to sort of figure out where my sun is. My sunshine's coming from this side, so I'm going to just kind of do a wash of acrylic just to sort of figure out where everything lays. Maybe there's a meadow back here with lupins and some faded off lupins way off in here, maybe just blurred. And I'll show you how to do the blur, which is kind of fun with the oils. Maybe there's lupins way back here. Just sort of a rough draft of where my lupins are. My little lupin flowers. You can look those up, or you can just look at the finished painting and you'll see what I'm talking about. So happy you're here. And I hope you enjoy this. Just kind of tap, tap, tap. I'm not gonna worry about too much detail right off. Just want to create a little meadow. And he's looking off into the meadow, and maybe some lupins will be close up here. I'm not sure yet. But the acrylic really helps to, oops. See, I didn't get enough water on there, and that's what happens. So I'll just get some water and move that around and soften it out. This helps me get an overview again of how everything is. And this is just a dead stick, I think. That way I can add a lot of color. This is going to be like a spring meadow. The cute little chickadee. Now maybe I'll create, I'm basically drawing with this acrylic, which is really cool. Maybe my big lupins will be popping up in here, and there'll be some fog in between the backdrop meadow and the close-up lupins, so that it has a real happy, soft feel. You know, here's these lupins up close. Coming up underneath here, just some grasses maybe. Maybe there'll be some grasses. And then this dead stick kind of goes down into the grasses. That's going to be pretty. You could create it however you want. It's your world, like Bob Ross always says. So, okay, we got imaginary grasses. His little tail. Okay. Back here is just fog. Fog, then a meadow, then fog, then close-up lupins. Okay, now I'm going to put my brush away, let you look at that for a second, and we'll get on to the next step. Okay, now I've got some oils up here. I've got my titanium white sunflower, my ultramarine blue, and my crimson, alizarin crimson. I like mixing these two to make a nice soft lavender. So that's what I'm going to start out with, is the white, and I'm going to use the same brush. I've cleaned it off and dried it really well. I'm going to use that same brush, a little bit of walnut oil to help that white to glide a little better. And sometimes I need to take my palette knife and, whoops, I have blue on there. Oopsie. Okay, I'm gonna unload that there, wipe it off, and try to get some of that white. Maybe I'll flatten it out a little bit with some oil, get it to cream up a bit. It's hard to reach in here sometimes. There we go. And I could take it off right off the knife too to not waste any. Now the acrylic's not going to mix with this because it's all dry now. Now I want to get that nice coverage here where I want my sun to be. So I'm going to kind of fill that in. And sometimes it might get on there a little bit. So the acrylic shines right through, which is lovely. Maybe a little oil just to get that. Now I like to use X's to really work that paint in, push down on it. You don't want to use too much paint where you're putting this white. And we can always refresh it later too. Just kind of figure out where your sun is over here, nice and bright, exit in, and then go straight across. Like maybe sunbeams are coming down in here. And the same will work with acrylics. It'll just glide right in there and fill that up. A little over here. But I'm going to show you how I blur this background. I'm going to work around that beak. That's where the angle brush comes in handy, because you can really work around your subject. Excuse me. It's a beautiful day today outside, and it's springtime and the lupin are blooming in the valley. It's just the right time of year to be painting this. So depending on when you're watching this, just bring spring back to you, or where you are. Maybe you don't get lupin where you are. So we'll just bring you some lupin flowers and a little black-capped chickadee. They're singing in the woods right now. I live in the woods and up on a mountain, and I hear them this morning going chickadee-dee-dee-dee-dee. You could look up their sound on online, I'm sure. So I'm just gonna get this white in here, get that canvas wet. Some white, keep dipping my brush in the oil, maybe the walnut oil, which I love these M-gram paints. Non-toxic, very low toxicity anyways, made with real good ingredients. They're just bright and brilliant, and they use walnut oil, and I only use soap and water to clean my brushes. No turpentine here. Gives me a headache. Very toxic. Don't like working with that at all. But everybody has their preference, and that is mine. So you will get links to the paints that I use and the brushes. Now I'm kind of making a sunbeam. Look at that. It's starting to get like the sunbeams coming down here through the meadow and shining behind all of this. And I'll go ahead and get it kind of wet up here too, just sort of get it wet. This is what I love about the oils, is it'll stay wet for you, and then we'll do a blur with the big mop brush once this is all in here. But I want to get this color in. Maybe I'll go and put a little crimson, tiny touch, just a touch. See how I just touch that? And it creates a nice little lavender. You just have to play with it until you get the right mixture that you like. See, it's a little dark, but it will mix with the white as I go. I might have to switch brushes because this brush is just too limp. Not giving me that sturdy control that I want. So let's switch brushes. I think I will use this one that's a little stiffer and shorter. See, that'll push that paint around a little better. See, and it'll scoop it up better too. A little more crimson, because we want that pink. Sorry, let me fix this. This is my first real-time video that I'm going to have available, so I'm experimenting here, and let me know what you think. So here we are. We're keeping that sunbeam coming through there. Now we're just gonna wet the paint. We're gonna keep in mind that our meadow is gonna have some lupins back here. So maybe kind of shape them. Just go with it. Just don't try to be so perfect with your brush stroke. Just work that paint into the canvas. I've done workshops where I've got a whole classroom of people, but I think this is going to be so much nicer so that you can see an up close of what I'm doing, because in a classroom setting it's hard for everybody to see what I'm doing. So I hope you enjoy this. Just let me know what you think. Let me know what might be of help. Any questions? Go ahead and email me. Do my best to answer everybody. So wherever this acrylic is a little deeper, I'm going to put a little bit of deeper color in there, and keeping the rest really light. I'm just to use the brush to sort of imagine some blurred meadow color, just not going crazy with detail. Hope I got this all in the screen here. I'm trying to show you here. Maybe I'll pull this over this way a little bit. That's easier, maybe. I don't know. I haven't adjusted the camera. Forgive me. I'll get better as I go in showing you these, you know, up close and personal like this. Okay. Hope you enjoyed the time lapse, at least. Anybody you know that wants to learn how to paint, just let me know what you want to learn. Okay, we're just going to continue to put some color on here, get this canvas all wet, dip into that oil again, get it to move around, creating a backdrop so we can work on that bird. Just want to get this backdrop in, and then we'll do the flowers later. Let's start to show something there. So I'll get, maybe there's some looping up in here. The oils are very forgiving, which means you can always paint over the top of them. I mean, they're easy to blend, and they stay wet, so things don't dry up on you so quickly like the acrylics do. I like to draw with the acrylic, get my basic stuff in there, and then I love to work with these oils. They're just my very favorite. But like I say, you can try with the acrylic at first. You're just starting out. The oils are easier than people think. And these don't smell. A lot of oil paints smell, and they give me a headache. That's terrible. So I love how these are just smell so good. So I'm just going to continue on here and get this filled in. Right down in here where the fog is. See, when it bunches up like that, it means I don't have enough oil in there. Just gonna work that in, not worry about it too much. Just kind of work around the tail. Not freak out that I'm painting on the bird. It's no big deal, because we're going to go over that again. Get some more white out here. Some white right here. Start with a bit of oil. Keep working all that fog in here. Just kind of locked in real quick for you so we can get to that bird and then worry about the background later, finishing it out. This is a 9x12 canvas, so it takes a minute to fill it in. So we've got fog, got something back there, then we've got a meadow with bush, grasses and lupins, and then we've got fog again coming across here. So that's where this white is coming in. Because I want the fog to stand behind the lupins that are going to be close up right in here, where the branch is coming down into the... Get in. A little oil, a walnut oil on your brush, dipping it in there. Some of you might want to just do the bird. Some of you might want to do the bird and then worry about the flowers later, or some of you might want to just do the bird, period. No matter. Whatever you like. Okay, I'm going to come back to the ultramarine blue with the crimson a little bit to create a nice lavender. I'm going to come up close now. This is where our grasses are going to come up. I'm being rough with the brush. Normally I don't do that. Just trying to get this filled in. But this brush I can be rough with because I've beat it up pretty good. And that's okay. We want to beat up some brushes, and some brushes we don't want to beat up. So I'm going to hold this for a second. Not really attached. You could take your time. Take your time, fill it in. Put a lot of white on your brush. Get more white if the paint is globbing up on you and feeling too thick. Now I'm going to raise this part here a little bit because we want Z's. We want an angle, and then we want an angle to bring the viewer in. We don't want straight lines. So get a little more white, push that down a little bit. You'll see as we go. It's really going to take shape. Believe me, I know what I'm doing. Most of the time, I do make mistakes. So it's okay. Okay. Getting all that in, just kind of smushing it in. Get a little oil. Kind of cream it around, push that paint around. You can get water if you're using acrylic. See, I'm pushing these up because this is where some tall grasses and lupins, and that branch is going to sink down into the painting. And you'll see by just looking at the finished product. The finished painting. So I'm just not worrying too much here. The orange of the acrylic kind of shines through a little bit to show you a little bit of a soft color of light. I'm just keep filling it in. Get that white in there. Maybe there's some bushes back here and they're in the fog and they're all over the place. There's no real detail to them. They're just sort of, and this is just the first block end stage where we see a little bit of color here, and use the last bit of white. Didn't attach that very well. That's okay. We are in no hurry. So, okay, now I'm going to take my mop. This is a mop, it's very soft. And I'm going to just sort of lightly fluff those brush strokes. Get rid of the brush strokes. Just make them blur out. This is how I like to blur out that color behind. Just keep wiping off the brush. You can take a smaller mop and work in some of those colors first. That looks like I didn't get enough paint there, so let's get a little more paint. Push that paint around, swirl it around. Now we'll use the big mop for the end fluff. I like to say fluff it. I'm fluffing the paint. I'm softening the brush strokes to make it look like it's just blurred out. And then we can do the detail, and that makes it so the detail shows up really well once all of this is done. So we just kind of work some shapes. Imagine your flowers are in here, and kind of push this paint around here because that is way behind everything and it's far away. So we want that to disappear a little bit into the fog. Just shape these bushes or whatever they might be. We'll decide what they're going to be as we go. This can be complicated or this can be very simple. You can keep this just a soft background, or if you want to just paint the bird, just paint in some color and don't worry about any flowers. Just practice on your bird. Whatever you want to do. I'm just working it in. You can just watch the time lapse a couple times. That kind of helps too. I think that's the coolest thing, those time lapse. I about cried when I first saw my first video in a time lapse. Actually, I did. I teared up. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so emotional to watch it happen with music. Wow. I never seen that happen before with my painting. So I just love it. I love filming these. So I'm not worrying, as you can see. I'm kind of figuring, okay, I want some tall flowers here. So I'm going to keep those darker colors and shapes sort of like blurred just to start with. And then I take my big fluffer and just go against the direction of where your brush strokes are just until you're happy. Just soft like a baby's butt. That's what my first teacher told me. Like you're powdering your face or powdering your baby's butt. I've had 4 kids and now I have grandkids. I love it. They're awesome. Sometimes they'll come up here and interrupt me while I'm trying to film, so I have to chase them back home because I think we live on a family property, so it's pretty cool having a village. See, now you can see how this has blurred away. And now you can see how we can start to create a background. Then we will work on our bird. And just tidy up any spots that you want to. Just take your time. Take your time with it. This is the pretty much easy part because it's rough. Now we can kind of see where everything goes. If we look at it. And then we can always revisit all the fog and everything. Now sometimes little hairs will get on your painting. So I take a stiff brush, maybe a little rake. If I could find one here. Something that's stiff like that. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a hair here, and so I'll just pick it up like that. See that hair? Came out of the brush. Now there's a few more up here. Just pick them up. Just barely touch, push upwards, pinch them off on a paper towel. And they just come right off. There's that one right there. You probably can't see it, but I can see them. So that's how you take them off. So okay, I'm gonna take a break and we'll get back to the next stage. Okay, we're back and I put some new colors up. I put some cadmium yellow light, some orange oxide, and a little more white. So I'm going to start with this little rake. A friend told me, another artist friend said, just paint in your subject and the painting will tell you what to do with the rest of it. So let's just work on this little bird because he is so dang adorable. got a little lid. I keep these little lids from drinks full of oil, walnut oil, gram walnut oil, of course. So I just periodically dip my tip of my brush in there just to wet the paint if I feel like it's not wet enough. Most times it is. So we're going to get his little cap in. He's looking off to the side there. It's so cute. Beauty of these videos is you can rewind and rewind, re-look at them, and retouch wherever you've had a little trouble. I'm going to work more on the background, but for now I want to get some highlights around him. That's why I've got this cad yellow out, but I'm not going to use it until I'm sure that I have the white highlight lined around him, because I want him to be really nicely backlit. So I'm going to strengthen that white all around his head. I noticed I needed to come out a little bit here because of the way he's directed his head. I can just hear him going chickadee dee dee. Just have fun with this little guy. All the way around the beak. Kind of flip those feathers out because he's all fluffed up. Except for on his head, he's not so fluffed up. And we will retouch the white feathers that are fluffed out after I've worked more on him and the background. But for those of you who just want to do the bird, that's perfectly fine. Just be sure you get your color in around the bird. And then finish off the bird, fluffing him out, establishing that outer glow. Flip and flip, flip, flip. That's why I love these little rakes, because they will really flip. Just kind of flip it up and pull it up as you go. That will create the little feathers coming up and out. And keep it light, don't load your brush too much. Now and then dip in the water, air in the oil. See, I'm kind of just loading the tip of the brush. Flip, flip, flip. And then just go down the different direction. Just pay attention to which direction the little feathers go. It takes some practice. You can practice on your palette too. You can go like this. Back and forth, just to get the feel of the way you lift up the brush. Just load your tips up again. Don't get too much, just flip it out. Just kind of grab it again and pull it down with the rest. Now I'm going downwards around the belly. Now the backlighting is going to stop about here because this is the front of him. Now I can go ahead and highlight the edge of the little tail. It's kind of going back away from us. Don't have to worry about that one too much right now. See, I like to pinch my brush. See, I put it in there and then I pull it out so I get a nice flat again. Okay, now we're going to go to the yellow light, just barely. And that's going to right up to the edge of the feathers. Not all the way, just right against the bird, right there, to where the edge of the paint is white. So you kind of lift up, can drag it back and forth. And if you mess up, you could always retouch it later when it's dry too. So this gives it that little bit more glow. Now I'm not going to do it across the top because he's black up there. Just gonna here. Just right there against the body. Right against the body. Right there, not on the edge. Just to start bringing that light, that nice rich light in there. And you can go around the tail too if you want. Now you can use a stick. I use a dowel. So this is all wet, and I'll use a dowel to balance my hand. Just pick these up at a hardware store. Easy to find. That'll help rest your hand on there so you can not flub up so easily. Okay, pinch my brush off again. Now I'm going to go to the orange oxide. I'm going to do the same thing right against the body so it pulls into that yellow. See, now you start to see the actual feathers start to come together. I don't want to get this too rich. Just a little bit, just a little touch. And here it's dry because that's the acrylic, so I can touch that. Now you can start to see that feather. This is how I do hair too. I love these little rakes. Really make nice hair. Over here a little bit. I'm gonna use my dowel again. Little chest, little bit of tan. Just want to soften this out. Look real soft. Now I can come under here a little bit where his little feet are. Oh, shadowing the feathers where his feet are. This is where I like to use the small rake because it's right on the edge, of course. Just to remind myself where his feet are. Just gonna, there's little toes there, toes there. I could take black or blue and crimson, mix them together and make a nice black too. There's 1, 2, 3 toes. 1, 2, 3 toes just to start it. Fan out that tail a little bit. Just kind of draw where the feathers are. some little layers of feathers. The tail. Just to start it. And the little branch will go in right under there in his little fuzzy feet, fuzzy feathers. Some of the feathers will come out over the branch once we get there. Now I can take this larger rake. Where did I put it? Goodness, where did I put that? Oh, let's just use this one. There's all sorts of rakes. There's square tip one, round filbert shaped ones. This one has a nice split in the hairs so that it'll get a nice coat. See? And we just start pulling in, and we can get a little bit of shadow because it's glowing. This is the shadowed part of the feathers, little fluff. Start pulling them in. Gotta be careful with that blue and the yellow. It starts to make green, so you can grab a little of the tan. Give him some shadows under here. Coming across here where his little black area is. Now I can take you through the basics here, and then we can do the next part, or not. You can leave it simple, or you can go further with me on the detail. It's all up to you. Sometimes takes a little patience, but I just enjoy it so much. Okay, this has got some shadow down in here. Bit here, just kind of putting where my shadows are so that I can blend that white into it when I load up the brush again. Get that nice shadow here. Load up the brush again with white, is what I was trying to say. So then the white starts to just create a shadow because it's mixing with the shadow color I just put on there. And you can rewind to see what I did. Once I get up to the eye, it'll give him life. Usually I put the eyes in first, but I think I wanted to get this body going here. See how I'm twisting the brush around? Angling it in different directions, going with the flow of the feathers. Keeping them a little bit lit up, but this is more of the shadowed belly because it's really creating that backlit appearance when I get the shadows are on this side because the sun's coming from behind him. A little more oil, more color. A little more up here. Whoops, too much. Just wipe off the brush and go back for the white. Don't worry about pulling paint off if you mess up your colors. Unless you really mess them up, you can always paint them again. But or you could let it dry if you really feel like you've messed it up, and then paint over the top. Or some people use Q-tips to clean it up if they don't like what they did. So I'm just going to continue putting some fluff in here. That orange is coming through from the acrylic to create that soft glow. I like that. Little tan. Keep making him shadowed mostly, and then we can add a little more white after I get that shadow in there good. And then when I get to the real tiny detail, that's when I come in with my little liner brush. But I want all these fur, I always do that, the feathers to go the right direction, because you don't want this to dry with clumps. You want all those feathers to be groomed down so that they can dry if you need to let them dry, and then you can go over the top without running into clumps because they're all going in the right direction. So I can even start putting in a little bit more light into the feathers if I want. Like maybe on this side more, because this is the lit side, and I could flip those up. Still using this rake because I'm turning it on its edge. Can bring some hairs in this way if I want. Maybe I can add that white and then groom it in a little bit so it blends. Can add a little more, maybe up here. Keep grooming it, keep stroking it in. Curl some of those feathers to give them a little extra fun. And the color isn't always right when you're mixing them on here like this. So that's what's wonderful. I can let this dry and then I can do another application. Probably gonna get some black out and work that in there after I've got the blue. Because the ultramarine blue really makes that black shine nicely. So I like to get that in there. They put the dark ultramarine blue and crimson together like that. And they make a nice black if you keep it as pure as possible. But I can come up top. I think I'll use my little brush. Dowel again. See, then the blue just starts catching that white and it shines. See that? Then we put the black in after we've done this part, because that crimson and ultramarine blue will catch that, like I say, and make that little glow on the top of his head. Pull that across. Dip it in the oil if you have to, keeping the edge of that white on there so you don't lose that backlighting. If you lose it, that's okay. You can reapply it. Just gonna keep pulling that across until I want like the shape of his head. Wiping off the brush as I go. Grab a little more blue maybe into that crimson to get it a little darker. Flip it around. Get those little feather hairs. Give them some personality. Just go gentle. Don't rush yourself. This part goes off the back. I might have to get in there and fix some of the shape so I don't have to sit off to the side. I'm sitting off to the side and I can't really see the shape. One day I'll get more gear where I can see what I'm doing. But for now, this is how I've got to do it. And then I'll turn off the camera and reshape the head a little bit. And you can do the same, because you'll see what I had done if I do that. Now I'm going to pull that blue down like this. Get that color coming around his eye. Start forming the eye. right there. Maybe a little lower. Kind of measure the top of the beak and where the mouth is. That's how I figure out where the eye goes. So this is going to come down, and I'm going to get some black on the next go round so that I can make a richer color right underneath all the glow of the blues. Once I get these blues in here, then I'll add the blacks on top of them, leaving that highlight across the top. And I'll make sure I've got that head shaped the right way. And while I do it, then we'll go in and get that eye. This comes down like this. I should have added that white in first, but that's okay. I can work around it. Remember, short strokes makes short hairs. Long strokes makes long hairs, and we don't want him to have long hair. We want short feathers on there. This will be fun working around the beak, but we'll get to that when we get to the eye. Just gotta keep shaping it. Just follow my lead here. Lift up on the brush as you come out. Grab it, lift it up, 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 up. Lean it around. Short strokes and long strokes. It'll be fun to do the eye and the black. I'm going to put this brush down. Go back to this one. No, wait, it's got too much black on it. I think I'll get a different rake. I have another small one. So I'm going to pick up some of this white again, fill this in. Just get it filled in, make sure that paint is laid down the right direction, like I say, because you don't want to have to deal with dried paint going the wrong direction. You'd have to scrape it off. I've had to do that. See, now the crimson is picking up in that white, which is fine, because we're going to go over that with some more of the blues. This takes a few layers, which is fine. This is what I love to do. Now I'm going to gently come in here, kind of create those little feathers. Gently turning that brush at an angle, maybe grabbing some of the blues just to give him some shadows. More blue, a little bit more white, and that shadow here on the white feathers. It's probably a little much. That's all right. I wipe it off and grab some more white and drag that into the blues. Wipe it off, grab some more white, because your brush is going to keep picking up that extra color. So you want to, there's a little hack for you. Now I'm just going to keep feathering him. Just take your time, work those feathers in. He's all fluffed up. See, back and forth like sweeping the floor sometimes. Back and forth, coming around. As he turns his head, it gets darker, but we'll get into the black in a minute. Okay, now we're going to gently come up here, very carefully. Just keep working those feathers till you like what you see. Just pull them out, pull them out. Short, 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 little strokes. Wipe off your brush. Grab some white. This is all pretty shadowed on this side. If you need to let it dry, that's fine, because you don't want to mess it up by continually pulling that dark into your white. If you pull it into your white too much, that's okay. Just let it dry. You have time to create a beautiful bird. A little more white here. I want this to be a little more white. So I'm just gonna get that white in there. Gently come over there. Wiping off my brush constantly. Pulling. See, even now I can accidentally grab too much of that light. Just constantly wipe off your brush, because now you're working with lights against those wet darks, and it's easy to get them pulled in. See how they pick up, and that's okay, because just let it dry if you're not comfortable. But I see how I push that color in there. Now I can just sort of pull it out. Whoop, see how it grabs? And that's okay. It just creates little shadow feathers, and then we can come back in and come right back over the top of that with some white paint. And see, as long as I don't have big clumps, I'm okay, and I'm not going to worry about it. I'll just keep on adding that white back. See, and sometimes I have to quit too. I have to let that sit a minute and then think about it. I do have to get up and look at this bird to make sure I've got his conformation correct. But I can take a clean brush. I can even take one of these round filberts and softly pull that down, just to comb it out a little bit so it doesn't dry like that, in case I need to leave it. See that? Just gently come in and sort of blend it out, and then we can add more white as we come in there. And then the black. Let's look at it for a second. I think while I have this brush, I think I want to bring in a little tufts of, while it's wet, it just creates a nice, easy blend when the paint is wet. So you have to experiment with which brush works best for you, because everybody has a different touch. Now I can practice this. I've done it so long that this is how I'm doing it. Just rewind the video and watch again and again how I'm pulling this up and flipping it. Pull up and flip. See, I couldn't teach this it'd take forever in a classroom, because I'd have to show each individual in a classroom. But with video, you can rewind this. It's wonderful. See, now I'm going to come across here just gently, always wiping off my brush. Now I'm creating little shadow hairs, shadow feathers. Maybe I want some over here. And while I have this brush is working great. It's really helping me to pull those feathers together. And then overlapping the colors. And you'll see when I bring the black in, how that really makes that rich. Just think about the direction, because he's turned his head and it's making his feathers open up over here. And then this back side is going back this way. Now I can get a little bit more of that blue shadow here. And I'll go back and forth over this. See, I'm purposely grabbing some of that color so I can pull it over. Gently sweeping the floor. Sweep, 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 sweep. And then pulling this down. Getting some more detail this way. This is a great brush for this. It's really got a nice stiff feel to it, and I can keep control of it. lots of patience when you're painting something like this. Now I want to get my other rake again. Now I would use a liner brush, but that will come after. But I really want to get his eye filled in because it just bugs me when it's just an empty hole. So this rake will, because it's so small, I'm able to get in here, and you can use your liner brush, whatever works. Just want to get that, make sure it's smooth. Now I'm not finished with that. I just want to get, and then I can check my composition when I get up. Now I'm going to use a little blue just to fill in the beak. Just to fill it in so he's not completely empty. And then we'll do some highlighting. Maybe a little bit of white just to start that highlighting. I think his beak might be a little big, but we'll see. I might have to work that. Now, just to give you a little feel for how the sparkle in the eye goes, there's a starter. That's not where I want it, but just to give you the feel and inspire you. And now he's got a little nostril. Now you could leave your bird like this, or you can continue to detail him, like I will show you. I do want to get this tail in, but I think I need to take a break and get up and check my composition. And then we'll get back to it. I think his beak is too fat. So, okay, we are at this stage now. Now, if you're using acrylics, of course, your background would be dry. And if you're using oils, I let mine dry for a while. I was busy with other things, but that's okay, because you can do this at your leisure. That's the beauty of it. So, I'm gonna get started on this bird. I really want to get his feathers backlit a little more, which is why it's really important to have this dry. So I'm going to come in with my little rake, my little filbert rake, scoop up some of that white, and just refresh all the white feathers that are flipping out. Maybe dip it in a little oil, just so that paint moves a little better. Now remember, we came through here with white, and then we added a little yellow and then a little bit of the rusty color, which is an orange oxide. So I just really, the light's coming from here, so I really like to get them lit up. I love backlighting my critters, especially these little birds. I didn't like don't play any music, so that way you can play your own music if you like, or if you like it quiet. Let me know what you would have any questions. Email me. I'll try to get to your questions. I'll see how that's really working wonders. So flipping that brush back and forth, a little bit of oil helps for sure. You can see how the tips of the brush just kind of come up. And you've got it well oiled. You scoop up the paint like that, like a shovel. And that light really stands against the dark. Beautiful, I love it. And dip a little more oil over here just to get that paint to move a little better. Mash it down and then I scoop it up. Or if you're using acrylics, of course that would be water. come across his head a little. And we won't be using, but maybe just white on the top of the head. But we'll be refreshing all those yellows on the body to really get that glow. And of course, when we get back into the background, after this dries, if you're using oil, get back into the background and kind of push the color in around him so that the bird will really pop. But I kind of like to get my subject, excuse me, in before I finish off that background. We might put a little color in there today, just to give you an idea. It'll take a bit to get this bird in there. Just all around the beak. Down here where I've messed up, now I can refresh that glow and pinch his beak in a little bit more because their beaks aren't that fat. And then I will correct all this with the color in the background again. Be very, very quiet. Don't scare the bird away. I find myself whispering because I'm really concentrating. Takes a bit to get around this bird. Try to keep him small, so it wouldn't take as much time. Of course, a black-capped chickadee is very small. Now this side probably will be a little more lit up, maybe. We'll just decide that as we go. Just take your time, get that white in there and smooth it out. You can see as the light now start to really brighten up. Maybe he's got some feathers hanging over the top of the branch too, because he's just a fluffy little guy. He's kind of shook himself and made himself fluffy. I'm going to do the tail too. And we'll do the branch later. Right now I want to get the bird going for you. You can see my yellow is dripping there. Need to catch that real quick before it drips down off the palette. Okay, we're ready for yellow, so I'm going to scoop that back up. Some glow in there. Now that the white's in there, it'll just kind of go real smooth. Of course, that yellow tends to have a little more oil in it. If you're using oils, okay, now this will go quicker. Get up, leaving just at the edge. See how I'm leaving? I'm staying inside this color and the white with that yellow, not to cover up the white all the way to the tip because we want it to have that appearance of a backlight all the way up to where the black starts. So we're going to do something else with the head. Okay. Continue down, around. And get a little more white. Get it onto that tail. already have to squish myself in here because I don't have the proper zoom. Trying to get to where I can get that. Okay, now we're going to go to the orange with a little bit of this Naples yellow. And we're going to go around it again. See how those colors work together? They just accent each other as you come into the shadows. Now this is dry, so I can put my finger here. You can use your piece of dowel to balance up here. Down here it keeps your hand off the painting. You see, I don't have it handy. Should have had it handy. It is simply just a little piece of dowel. I'm not sure if I showed you in the beginning of this study or not, but I'll get it out in a bit. Actually, I'm going to get it right now so you can see what I'm talking about. Not knocking anything over here. I'm really squished in here. Now see this? I can rest it down here on the easel and at the top of the canvas so I can put my hand on here. Helps me get in there. If I have a wet painting, then this is really handy. See, now I can flick those little hairs in there. A bit of just kind of flick them little different directions so that you can see how the feathers sort of start to turn inwards and they turn downwards. They come across the branch and we'll go across that branch again. Now I'm going to come back over here. It goes in. Look at how that's really starting to get that backlight. A bit of the yellow, just touching the tip of the brush to the paint. Just at the tip, just to get a little bit on the paintbrush. Not too much. Now you can use the stick or not. Sometimes it helps to rest my arm because I can really get in here and get tedious and the arm sort of starts to get tired. Over here. This way you can take your time. Now I'm going to go into this orange oxide a little bit. And I'm going to start the next shadow. See? That. And just flick it in there. Don't get too much on the tip of your brush, just at the tip. Now he's starting to show that backlighting, and especially when I start to get the purples in there, you'll really see that. And you'll get excited. And the way I paint takes time because I love to get in there and get those details. And you don't have to get so detailed if you don't want. Or maybe you do. And I'm showing you how. See how I'm flipping those little feathers different directions, sort of going slowly for you. And then I'll take a little break. I like to get back and look at it. Be sure that I'm getting that proper proportion, especially when I'm filming and I'm all squished up in here. I can't get up and down very easily. Okay. Get these hairs, these feather hairs here first. Just pull them up and little at the tip. lay it down, pull it up, lift up as you come out. And if you're going in, pull it in. Just, you know, if adjust yourself if you happen to be left-handed. I've had left-handed students, so I know how that goes. Okay, let me see here. Going to maybe add a little bit of crimson to this oxide, just a bit. I'm going to experiment a bit. Need to get some burnt umber out, so I might just take a break. I'm going to get this a little bit up in here. Sometimes you can just tap it so that the paint comes off the brush. You never want to overload your brush when you're doing little hairs like this. Now the rake will allow you to do this way. If the little bristles are spread, then they will make like a rake. But this little brush can get overloaded quickly, so if I do this sideways like this at an angle, I'm going to get long little single hairs. See, go like this, and you can get, and then you flip it up. Just practice on your palette if you need to. Okay. I need to get up and get some burnt umber on my palette, or I might just put it on here first, or I take a break. Let's get some of this shadow down in here first. Down over his little feet. Get some of this Naples yellow. Start to add that. I think I'm going to take a break so I can think about this. And you might want to too. Get up, look at it, take your time. These details take a lot of time and patience, so just take your time, and beginners can do this. Yeah, I'm back. I got my burnt umber out here, as you can tell. Now I've got another little rake. This one. Let's see. This is the 1/4 inch. So I'm going to work on the belly feathers. Get some burnt umber mixed in there with a little bit of this mixture. Just kind of mix it up on your palette a little bit here. Kind of got a glow of pinks in there. I'm going to pull that in to the outside feathers just a smidge. I'm going to grab a little more white. Get that belly a little more white. Pinch my brush off. Always helps to pinch it, pull it, so that you keep that nice and flat. Grab a little more white. Put it in there, a little oil. Push it up into the brush like that. Make sure it's a good consistency. Just kind of cream it around like frosting. See, now I've got another color, pulling it gradually into the shadow that's caused by the backlighting. Pinching my brush again, reloading it. He's really fluffy, so he has a lot of, see, I get a little more white, a touch, a little oil. Just touch it into the oil, just like you touch it into the paint. Cream it up. Grab more of that, because I got quite a bit of oil there. If you're using acrylics, of course you're going to use water. Mash it and then push it up. Well, I got quite a bit of paint on my brush, so I didn't pinch it off, but that's okay. I can work it in just like that. Just flip his little feathers like he just fluffed himself. See how I'm pulling up? I'm going to pinch off my brush again because it's getting too clogged up. So I'm going to pull that paint up into the brush so that you have a little bead. Practice and practice your little hand flip. See, I'm turning the brush this way. Maybe I want to grab a little crimson just so I can get some of these colors that are already on there. Mix them in. Now I'm fluffing him and fluffing him and fluffing him. Just really fluffing him. Giving him some flipping that out into my edge a little bit. Now at each stage this will dry and you can do more and more and more to it as you go. Just keep going over those feathers until you get them where you're happy with them. Flip, 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 a little flick of the fingers. Use your dowel if you need to balance your hand. This would take practice sometimes. See, now I'm going this way because his head is turned and he's turned to those feathers. Now go over this, rewind it until you see what I'm doing here. And you practice. Just keep practicing. You can do this. This is all dry, so it's easy for me to do that. Flipping. Now I'll grab a little more white. Get back down in here, my mixture. It's got a little bit of burnt umber, a little bit of the Naples yellow, a little bit of the oxide, and a little bit of crimson. I want more white though, because his belly is white. It's just catching the light from his surroundings. I'm going to pinch off my brush now that I'm mixing with my brush. You don't have to mix with your brush. You can mix with a palette knife. Come back over here. Maybe I want to put a little, whoops, that's too much. Or maybe not. Maybe I want a little shadow under his feathers that have turned. Maybe I'll even grab a little blue. Just a touch, not too much. See, it just gets it in there fast, but you can pull that color around. Keep mixing it in. I think I want to create a little more detail here. More of that blue, just a touch. See how I'm just barely touching it? It's going to mix with the crimson and kind of bring that purple in. Both are strong colors, so be careful. And if you feel like you need to, go back to your little brush, your little filbert. Oop, see? You can get on there real fast, but I can take that. Either I can wipe off my brush, or I can just move that color around. I'll probably add some more of this lighter color just to kind of go over that and let it blend in. If you feel like you messed it up, just take a little Q-tip or something, pull that paint off, or just let it dry. Flipping, flipping, he's just fluffy. like pecking at it, kind of. Going over it and over it until I'm happy. I want him to be fluffy. Or white. Maybe I'll go right up in here to the white. Now I'm probably going to let this dry and go over him again. More. You'll see as we go. A little bit of blue. A little shine. See, I accidentally touched that and it dragged it over here, but that's okay. This is a good practice for feathers for sure. You know, if I get that brush loaded right, the paint will just kind of fall off as you pull it down. And where I see that I need to divide the feathers, I just come back with a darker color and divide those colors again. Divide the feathers, I mean. A little bit more dividing. Come down here and shadow this a little more with the blues. I'm going to start flipping those feathers that direction. A little bit of blues because his feathers are catching the surroundings. A little tiny bit of oil. Come up in here. More shadow color. A little more blue. Flipping those little feather hairs out, round and round and round. We go around his little round belly. Now I'm going to be creating more of these type of videos, so let me know what you like, what you want to see, what you want to learn. I'll be doing quite a few birds and might even do a blue jay next. But I'll do some wildlife like horses, oceans, animals, like deer and buffalo. Back in there, I might have to take my little brush again and restructure those feathers like that on the edge. Just gonna flip them up, flip them down. More orange maybe. See, I've lost a little bit of that light, so I might have to let it dry and come back and reapply it. But this is part of creating these highly detailed paintings. Is a lot of reworking it, and you can get as detailed or not as detailed if you want. You could leave the bird just like this, or you can go come along with me and keep on working at it. I want to keep getting that purple in there, that blue. So pretty. Of a glow on him because there's going to be those purple lupins over here. Keep on flicking them in there till I'm happy. I might put a little more shadow, a little bit of that brown or oxide in there. Down here where his feet are. Just to start the shadow around the feet. Now let's go up into his head. Okay, his little beak. I'm going to go back into this black. A little bit of ultramarine blue into the black. Keeps the black from being so dull. Now I can rest my hand on here because grab my photo that I'm working from over on this side. See it better. Okay. Pull that out a little bit. Now I'm going to grab that ultramarine blue with the white here. Create that little bit of a glow on his beak. Like that. Now do just white. Make the shine. Too much paint. Tiny bit of paint right on the tip. Too much. That part's in the shadows. Okay, I'm going to do the same with the eye. Give him a little more glow. A little pop there. Maybe a little bit underneath, a little bit less. I keep pinching off my brush. Okay, I might have to make things easier for you and go to my liner brush. And get that ultramarine blue with the black here. Come up under that. Push it up. Go around the edge. Really rest your hand. If you have to use your dowel, use your dowel. Just want you to be able to see this. Now, whenever you see my hand disappear, I'm either getting paint or I'm pinching my brush off. Same thing with the liner. Kind of roll it, pinch it. Okay, now on the outer edge of the eye, there's a little bit of like a light. If you really looked up close to the bird, it would be more little feathery looking thing. Now be careful with your wet paint. You might want to use your dowel on this. Kind of rounding out his eye. Now I'm going to come back with the black with the ultramarine blue again. Really touch in there. Try not to mess my roundness up. Come down here again. And get that brush comfortable in your hand. Now I've lost a little bit of his glow, so I'm going to put that back in. Grab that ultramarine blue so it's not so gray. Just a smidge on the top. Work it over and over again if you have to. Don't get down on yourself if you can't seem to get that right. It takes practice. I have to do this a few times. See, that light really helps. And you can put that sparkle wherever you want, wherever you think the light is shining most. I think maybe a little bit more there. And I'm gonna get just a little touch of light here. Now I'm gonna take that white and flick it through here a little more. I might want to go back to my, yeah, I will. But it has some other colors on it, so I really want to do that. Might want to get a fresh, clean filbert and do this. See, now it's wanting to pick up that wet paint over here, and I don't like that. It'll turn to mud pretty quick if you're not careful. Let's see, maybe if I take my bigger filbert, didn't have much paint on it, grab that blue, flick it, around. I might have to let this dry, but we'll see. If you're doing acrylics, you're in good shape. But I just love oils because I can work them better, and I feel like I get the detail I want and the colors. Although these M-gram colors are pretty spectacular, either if it's acrylic or oils, but I just like the versatility that I can work with the oil longer because it stays wet for me. There, now I'm gonna pull some of those feathers down here. I'm going to, you can either use your little rake or a big one. There's some more little feathers catching light here because he's turning his head. He's a fluffy little bird. Oh, see, now I can see where I got that glob. Now pay attention. I will show you how I come back and divide that with just some shadow color, like that. Anywhere you want the feathers to divide, just use your shadow color. Okay, I think I want to bring in some flips here. Now you're going to probably have to let your paint dry before you try this. In fact, I might just wait and show you that later when it dries. I think I'm going to take my little filbert, or no, I'm going to use my little filbert, pinching it off again. I'm going to grab that ultramarine blue with the black again, and I'm going to very carefully flick some of these little head hairs out. Pinching your brush. Use your dowel. I'm using my finger because I want you to see this. And I know where my paint is dry and where it's wet. Usually. Okay. Always pinching off that brush because you're going to pick up those colors. I think I'm going to add a little crimson to that black and blue mixture because that crimson does kind of shine from the background and into the feathers. This kind of makes his head look a little more wild and fluffy, not so plastered down and combed like he just combed his hair. No, he's fluffed up. Just cut through those light colors with the brush to divide some of those hairs. Maybe up top his head he's not so fluffy. We don't want him to look like he's like having an afro day or something. Okay, grab a little more crimson and blue back down here to the black. Just kind of smooth it in, grab it to the tip of the brush. Just keep pulling it down. Pinch some of those hairs together. You don't want to have just like line, 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 you know. You want those hairs to cross each other like that and come together at the tips sometimes like that. Practice on your palette. Continue on. Maybe he's got a little bit of hairs kind of puffing up here on his forehead. That's kind of cute. Just little tips. Just a couple. Tiny. They'll mix with that white so that they don't look so long. There, now he's starting to look fluffed. And just keep working those feathers in the way, right direction. And come down around his eye. You can see that ultramarine blue in there that was painted in before. Got a little more black mixture. Come down around his eye. Little short strokes. See how short strokes make short hairs. Long strokes make long hairs. Okay. I'm going to come down here and refresh some of this under his beak, just to give him more contrast. Really, thank you for watching, and hope you love my YouTube videos. Love the eagles. They're pretty popular, those eagles. But some people like these little itty bitty birds too, so that's all a matter of preference. His beak, his little feathers are coming out here, so I'm going to grab some of that kind of blue-gray mixture and just sort of flick. Now the black will grab your brush too. I do a lot of thinking when I'm painting these. I might end up getting my other blue out. The other blue I'm going to use here. It's probably going to be the cobalt, or we'll see. Might mix them. See, I'm getting too gray there, too brown. Don't like that. And maybe I'll come in and just comb these out a little. Now down on his tummy, he's got some of those lighter kind of blue. And it's going to mix with those yellows, so I think I might let this dry before I come back in here and bring more of these colors down into the belly. Little tiny hairs above his eyes. Just a few. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to let this dry because there's a lot of yellows in here and it could mix with the blues and turn green. I'm going to give that a break. Maybe we'll come back to the tail. But first, I think I'll go ahead and flick, because this is dry here, I can flick in some teeny tiny little feathers around his little throat. because see, it won't turn yellow because it's dry. And then I'll be getting up again to see what it looks like from a distance and study it. See, now it's so dry that so I'll have to come back down to the black-blue mixture. Bring in some little dividing feather hairs. And maybe some deeper. The blue and the black really make a nice black. Because black by itself, even if it's ivory black, it just tends to be dull without that blue, in my opinion. See how much better that looks when you add the blue. Okay, I think I'll get up, check it out. So what I'm going to do now, I've got my angle brush here. Grab a little of that crimson blue, and I'm going to make some background color. because I really want to get this background a little deeper in tone so that we can see the bird better. Remember how I said that sometimes the subject matter will tell you what to do with the rest of the painting? Well, it's speaking to me, and it might even get some of the golds in there too, but I'm not sure yet. I think that's probably too dark, so if it's too dark, just let's get some more white. And I'm going to grab that white. I'm going to pull that in around. And you'll watch this bird just light up once I start putting this in around him. And it's okay, some of that oxide gets in there. I probably got a little too much oil on there, but that's okay. I'm going to move that around anyways. So the sunbeams are going to come through here, so I don't want to cover too much of that up. But I can always add white. And there'll be some beautiful flowers back there. Here's where the sun is. Just kind of throw that paint around on the palette. And you just look at it for a second. And I'm thinking, well, maybe there's a little gray tones in there because there's going to be greens. That's too much, but see, now when I do that, I know that's too much. So I'm going to pinch that brush off again. I never use turpentine. Did I tell you that? Well, I never use turpentine. It gives me a headache. And bad news, toxic. I love these M-gram paints for that reason. I only use walnut oil for my medium. Now these colors up here, I think I might switch them around and add more greener tones to them. Not sure yet. I might just want to go ahead. And the golds and the yellows will mix with the blues and make greener tones anyway. So now and then I'm going to pinch off the brush. I think to be safe, I'm going to come around the bird with a little more white. Tiny bit of crimson. Just to kind of smooth that in there. Just carefully, not going crazy here and getting in a hurry. Don't ever get in a hurry. You can do this. Just very gently around your bird. Little bit of oil always helps, and I might come back in to the when I get close to the bird, I'll switch brushes and go to my smaller angle brush. I'm not worrying too much about detail back here because there's not going to be a lot of detail in the first place, but I want this bird to glow. So let's get a little more crimson. Don't need much of that because it's really strong. And you can swirl it around like there's some trees and brush back there and they're sort of blurred off. Don't worry too much about the rest of the painting just yet. I'm just gonna kind of imagine there's brush and things back there and they're sort of blurred off in the distance. A little more crimson. Yeah, that's a little much. I tend to use a lot of paint sometimes just to get the color in there. I just want to show you how this bird starts to light up when you get these darker colors around. And I want to see where I'm going with this better. So I want to get this in there. It will help me. And I'm not really worried about detail again out here. This is going to be softer blue or blurred tones. And I'm going to fill out the rest of the painting, the canvas here as I go. You might see me skip parts, but I'm not skipping anything that you're learning here. Just sort of filling it in. Let's just get that filled in. Then I might come in and maybe grab some of these colors just to sort of bring something in back there. Bringing them in. Maybe I'll grab a little more blue. And you don't have to. You can get just your ultramarine blue and crimson to start with. And this is just how I do it, and this is what I'm showing you is how I do it. I wing it, so to speak. I experiment, and I want you to experiment because it just sort of comes together. Life is like a box of chocolates. It really is. You never know what you're gonna get. I'm gonna just keep flinging this color around, keeping my colors lighter here because the sun's coming through that valley, that meadow back there. And then grab some more lighter colors. Might just wipe off my brush and get some more white. And I might need more crimson, so I'm gonna get that crimson back on the palette. Try to get this in there for you so you can see what's going to happen with the bird. Get these colors in here. Just imagine brush, colors, just sort of bouncing off each other out here. Maybe more white. Just for where sun might be coming through the brush and the trees back here. More crimson, sort of pop it in there. It'll kind of take over. Experiment. Don't get hard on yourself if you feel like you're messing up. There's no mistakes, just happy accidents. For real. That's what Bob Ross always would say. Pop that color in there, just get it in there. Get it on there so you can. Now I'm going to take my littler angle brush. I think I'll use this. Well, that one's not small enough. I think I'm going to use this one. I like these angle brushes because they really help to move paint around a smaller area like this. And I'm going to kind of gently come in, pulling that color inward around the bird very gently. And you might want to wait for this to dry before you do this. so you don't feel like you're gonna grab that other color. It's okay, however it works for you. Everybody's touch is different. You don't have to be like everybody. Just kind of keep pulling that color in. And when it dries, I will manipulate it a little more. I'm just, right now, I want to get that darker background in there so I can see that backlit bird. I'm going to pull that down. I'm going to be very careful. Maybe I'll come in from this side, and maybe you want to use your dowel, your stick. I'm going to push it up against the beak a little bit. Not too much. Kind of push it in there. Pull it out again. Very gently and very slowly. Don't go too fast. That's where you make mistakes, when you get in a hurry. You have to enjoy what you're doing. Enjoy your toil. Even what the Bible says, if you don't enjoy your toil, do something else. I want you to enjoy this. And sometimes you can just paint in the dark background, let it dry, go over the top of it with these colors. I'm going to take my mop a little bit, and I'm going to kind of mop around here just to smooth out these colors and make them look soft and blurry, like there's a soft blurry background back there. Just kind of crisscross little X's, powder puff it until you get rid of some of those brush strokes, and not real hard. You don't want to push hard, just poof it around. Okay, now let's just continue on here. I want more blue up in here. Now I'll continue to work this and work it. That's just how I like to do it. Just pushing that color around. Push it up against his head there. Get that, not all the white gone, but just right up to the head here. You can go like this and smooth it out too. That way, pull it out. Sometimes I don't know where I'm gonna go with it. I don't know what colors I want. How I want this backlit. See, I'm gonna pull it out, go up against it and pull it out. Now, if you don't want to do it this way, go ahead and paint your background in and let it dry. Then come in with your bird. You can do it both ways just to practice. See, I touched that color. That happens sometimes. Even with me. When I do that, I'm just going to wipe off my brush. I'm going to bring in some pinks. See, that's where you need to let it dry. Especially with pinks and the darker colors. Work that around. Don't give up on your painting. Feel like you messed up, just start it over again, watch it again, and next time just doing your background in a darker color and blur it out like I've shown you here with the mop. then let it dry and do your bird again. It's good to learn both ways because it helps you to learn to steady your hand. The angle brush helps you get up into those little niches there. It's better that you let this dry before you try to attempt this, for sure, so that you're not dragging your wet colors together. Or if you want to be brave, you can do it this way. Pinching the brush off again. But you can see how now the bird is backlit a little better. Go back to my big brush, my big angle brush, and work in some of those other tones that I want into the background. I think I'm gonna allow some of these yellows and golds to mix, like there's some light up here. Maybe even grab that yellow light with some white. At this point, I can mix and not worry about things getting blurred or mudded together, because I'm going to stay away from the bird now. I'm going to think about branches and brush back here again, blurred off in the background. Some darks, some lights, more lights towards where your sunbeams are coming through. Like over here. This gives you the thought of how they're lighting up, the sun is coming through here and lighting up the bird. Can you hear the sounds of chickadees? Chickadee. Love their sounds. Love them. They're so awesome. See, now I'm putting more light over here, as if there's sunlight touching the trees over here. Just mixing it and letting it create its own little imaginary bushes. And I'm going to darken this up here a little bit. Maybe I want more color. You can do whatever you want. That's just what I love about oils, is that when they mix, sometimes I can get these amazing color arrangements. I'm just gonna get that on my brush and let it do its thing. Just let it create some color up in here. Because down here there's going to be soft tones, and then those lupin will come up here. And I don't want to cover up all my yellows, so just kind of go in and around them like this, kind of leaving this area here the lightest, bringing in those lighter golden tones here to give the suggestion that the sun is coming from this direction. And then when it's all dry and I've completely finished with that background, I will bring in those sunbeams on top of all of this. But you can see them start as you keep these lighter tones over here and keep the darker tones up here. And then I will mop it again, and I will do the same all throughout here, all throughout my whole entire background. You just keep creating that. Now I'm gonna mop it a little bit just to soften up those paint strokes so they are not in my way when I come in after it's dried and bring those sunbeams in. But you can kind of imagine, you could see them because I'm keeping my lighter tones over here again and my darker tones up here. And I'll probably add some more purples as I go. Just wanted to get this in there to show you. Wiping off that brush. Sometimes you could just take the whole entire paper towel roll like this. Go like this and dry off your mop. That works. And just bounce that brush around sometimes will create the effect that you're trying to get. Just be careful of your little birdie. But you can see the light here and the dark here as it starts to form. And it'll do the same thing down here. And I will bring in more tightness of detail as I come around the bird. But I want to keep this background fairly soft. And I'll probably bring in this, bring some of this light right up in here and around the bird, a little more here. Just kind of push that light in. And as this dries, you can maneuver things better. I'm gonna maybe grab some crimson and touch up my spots that I want more of that lavender to show, like up here. Maybe I want to swirl this, and I'll twist the brush around just to get the marks that I want. Use the tip of the brush, kind of pulling these colors back and forth so that you don't get this dome of color around the bird. Just kind of pulling them up, pulling them down. And then we can touch up the bird again when it's dry. Or if you're using acrylics, of course, it's going to be dry already, so you can play with it. I'm just very particular with oils. I push that lavender in there like that. Crimson and ultramarine blue make that lavender. Kind of bounce it around like it's hitting bushes and stuff. Same here. Takes a while. If you want a beautiful painting, it takes a while. And you have to love what you do. See, I'm just gonna touch it. Now, if your bird's dry, you don't have to worry about it, but my bird's very wet right now. So I have to be careful and lift up as I come towards a bird. Lift up, push, tap, lift up. Do it this way, just so you get rid of, just look closely and make sure you're getting rid of all those little brush strokes so that when it dries, it's not got all those funky little strokes. Kind of little circles. Swirl it around. The beauty is we can always come in with more color and more color. Doesn't have to stay a particular way. So I'm just working around this area here that I'm focused on right now. smoothing it all out so I don't have to fight with those brush strokes when they're dry. And I want to be able to add more purples. Okay, just stare at that for a second. We can go ahead and just kind of put those same colors down here, right on this side of the branch, and so that that can all dry, and then we can work on that branch when we come back at it. So let's just do that. Let's just fill this in. It's the meadow down here, so there's more. I mean, it's just a blurred. Just kind of work around your branch so you can see where your branch is. More blue. Kind of flip that color around for starters, just to get the color going. You know, just use a little oil. Get that background in there. I have to get more white out here. I got 500 brushes in my hands. That's looking good. I think that's looking real good. Now, don't get frustrated with yourself. Remember, I have done plenty of mess ups where I've had to come back and start over with a whole brand new canvas. Now, if you feel like you can't get this background in here without messing up your bird, go ahead, like I say, and paint it all in first. Just use these techniques I'm showing you here with the softness, and then use the mop to mop out your brush strokes. And then when it's dry, you can draw in your bird like we started at the very beginning without the acrylics. Do it all in oils. Well, you could do it in acrylics first just to get your pattern, but then you can just go over it again and not paint the bird in until your oils are dry. So you see where I'm leaving, where I think my branch is going to be. I'm just kind of grabbing random colors, like colors it would be here in the meadow anyway, that are blurred out. Again, I hope you're getting the idea here that these are blurred out, just colors, just thoughts of grasses and branches and leaves back there. Get your eyes focused on the bird, leaving these areas here, right through here, with lighter color, just so that you can see where your sunbeams are going to go. So you just grab that white and yellow and let it mix with the blue at this point. You don't need to worry about the greens because yellow and blue make green, but just create. And if you want to do it this way, that's fine. You follow along with me. Start another canvas, practice, practice, practice. This is how I got like this, because lots of practice. And I don't give up because I love doing this. That's the thing. You have to love doing it. And if you want to do a different subject with me, that's fine too. You don't have to do birds. You can try another subject. Just watch my time lapse on the YouTube and decide what you want to do, what you want to paint. See, now it's really starting to light up. Now I can see where I'm going with this. It sort of creates its own little meadow. See, this could be just the valley floor right here. This could be the valley floor. And then up close is where all the front close grasses and lupin flowers will be. And those will, these purples will make more sense once I start putting the lupin in, because the lupins are more of a purple color. Now I'm going ahead and going around this tail with my bigger brush because I'm being brave. So you can do whatever you want. can use your small brush if you want. And I'm not worrying about the tail too much because I have a lot to do to that tail. More details, different type of brush strokes to get the feathers in there. So now I'm gonna just keep adding those light colors to let it all come together here. Just fill this in with lavenders now. Now that I got all those lights there, I think I want to go ahead and bring more lavenders in down in here. And then I will soften it out with the mop. Just fill it in. I want to fill it in. Get that filled in. Because this is where my grasses and lupins are. And that stick branch just comes down into the grasses where the flowers are. So, just gonna imagine my grasses sort of, so that when I mop this out, you sort of see the grasses slightly, at least the illusion of them. So then I know what to do with the grasses once it just sort of, you kind of see them when they're blurred in there. Once you soften this, I can kind of see where it's going. And maybe before I soften it, I will put some more light over here, like maybe there's stuff back here that the sun is catching in this meadow. And then the sunbeams come down. More white. Don't want to make that paint too thick because then the mop brush won't do its job very well because there'll be too much paint for it to run over. Grab. So I'll just keep manipulating this. You could just keep manipulating it until you feel like you've got some sort of blur, some sort of background that's there. See, now I'm gonna mop it, get those brush strokes out, just touching so I don't lose the color formations. Just sort of Xing and pulling down, swirling it around, just to soften that blur into a blur. And now you start to see, this is why I'm not worried about the tail just yet, because I know I'm gonna bump into it with my mop. Now I'm gonna take my brush and dry it off again like I showed you earlier. I'm gonna soften these strokes, just kind of going across them the opposite direction that I painted them. Some of them I'll pull down just to get rid of, and you just practice with this mop. Remember, you can pop it at it like that. Just sort of pull it down, pull it around. Pretty soon you have this nice color arrangement that helps you to see where everything's at. Just keep drying off your brush if you need to. Just keep going over it until you're happy with how this looks. Now see why I like to get the bird in first? And I'm just careful, and like I say, you can let your bird dry, which is probably safer if you're a beginner. Let it dry, then work your colors here around that bird, like I was saying at the beginning. I hope you caught that. Because then I can see how to blur and put my color arrangement around the bird. I know where the bird is, I see the bird, so the eyes see that dimension. So there. Isn't that pretty? It's gonna be pretty. going to be even better than that, of course, by looking at the finished product. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and fill in the rest. So I'll start with this whiter tones just to get that sunlight over here. Just so we can fill this in. Okay, I'm gonna get some more white. Again, I'm gonna use a lot of white here. I usually use a lot of white, that's why I get these big tubes. A little bit of crimson, again. A little bit of ultramarine. It's okay if I got a little bit off on my color, because this is just gonna be the fill-in. Grab that white and just smear it in, because this is where your sunlight's coming through. Now, you don't have to be like this, like me. You can mix them carefully on your palette if you want. It's fine. I just want to get this in here so this can dry. I'm going to get these purpley, pinkish tones through here to give the illusion of sunlight and my purple flowers. Just kind of work that beam in like that. Sunbeams for starters. Maybe just even pull some down from up here. And then I'll remop that. That way they're started. It's okay if a little shadow gets in there, because that helps show the sunlight beams. Down here like this, and maybe there's more up here. Just brush it through those mopped areas. And just start filling in the grasses and the brushy trees up here. See, the beams will interrupt the patterns of tree brush, which is really cool, I think. And then the grasses are kind of, you start to see those. Grab these colors, just start getting them in there. Maybe get some darker tones up here, because you kind of want your subject to come down like Z's, like a darker corner. Could be more tree brushes and branches over here. Just get that light white on there, so that just to fill it in and start getting it wet, so you can maneuver that color around a little more. And then you'll start to, things will just start to appear. Grab that blue, it'll turn to more greens, flatten the brush out, just kind of squiggle color in there. Let it create its own patterns of brush and things back here with sunlight coming through. We don't want it all dark. We want to think about the sun coming through here. Just using up the colors on the palette to create, whoop, now look at that. That's funny. See, I just grab some lighter colors again, work it in. I'm not going to worry about it. Just work it in, let it create its own patterns of tree branch colors. And see, I didn't have to wipe it off. I didn't freak out because I thought I did it right and it didn't turn out like I wanted, so I'm just going to use it to my advantage and start creating some patterns with that. I'm not going to stress. You can do this. No, you can. See, now I'm going to bring in some yellows. Just keep playing with it until you think about trees back here. You can't really see them. They're kind of in the fog and they're blurred off. Now maybe I want more blues over here. Just keep, because as the sunbeams come through, you see your patterns in and out. You see your patterns of branches and twigs and branches and things, as the sun comes through like that, it breaks up those patterns. But you still see them. See? Like that. Just sets the path for bringing in those sunbeams. And I want to keep that background easy and soft. Maybe I'll bring some of that color up there because I grabbed it here. See? Just work that color around. Just pop it here and there, and then you'll mop through it when you're done reading those colors. Now down here there's a meadow, so I want more of those yellows to start to come through down in here. Those yellows with the blues will make green. Now up top, I think, whoop, we're running out of blue. Let's grab that ultramarine blue. Just a little bit. It's very strong. Maybe I'll grab some of that gray to bring trees up here. That'll sort of soften that blue down to maybe some deeper tones of branches and whatever's back there behind the sunbeams up here in the corner, making it interesting, keeping it back there. See, and then I take my mop and I just mop them out. Just pop them. Just keep tapping them until I'm happy with my pattern up here. And then when it's dry, I can bring in more colors and patterns of trees. Maybe I want to soften out these sunbeams, these beginnings of sunbeams. Being careful of my bird. Maybe going this way to get rid of some of that paint, and then keep that brush going this way for the end brush strokes. You want to go the right direction. But to get rid of paintbrush strokes, you can X through, and then your last strokes will be the direction that your sunbeams are coming in. See, I'm starting to create a pattern here of branches and grasses and meadow and sunbeams. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and grab that blue and just start creating some grasses up here. Maybe a little more, just different color tones. Now I'm being crazy brave again. I'm just kind of globbing that paint in so I can start to see my grasses where my lupins will grow out of. And you don't have to get so crazy like me. See, I'm just sort of mixing all the colors on the palette together because I'm going to mop this out. But this is spring, and there's lots of color from those spring grasses and those older autumn grasses that have died. And then the lupins grab the blue to get the green to come through. If you get too much, just keep working that paint in there. Keep working it in. Grab some oil. Use up that color on your palette. See why I put the bird in first now? I love it. I love doing it this way, although you don't have to. Maybe some grays from the black over there. Not too much, mostly white with oil. Will get your paint, your colors, everything will mix in. Get some more on your palette if you need to. For me, I'm just using up my color on my palette so we can start with a fresh one when this is dry. Pulling it down. Grab some more blue. Get some, maybe some imaginary grasses coming up. Just kind of flipping around. Being careful of the bird. Whoop, too much blue. Mix it with my yellows. Get some greens in there. This is just backdrop color. Backdrop color. But here maybe there's some grasses growing up over the top of that little twig that he's sitting on. And those patterns will kind of stay there even after I've mopped it. And then point them in the direction of the bird, sort of. These are taller grasses. Fill it in, fill it in. Get that paint in there. Grab these colors again until you're happy. Some darks. Mop it out again. Pull it down. Mop it in the direction of the grasses. We want these to be soft because the detail will come in on top of these. I don't want detailed. I want this back behind everything, like in the fog. So it gives me the option of where to put all my detailed stuff. So I will let this dry and I will come back and start figuring out where all my grasses and lupins and different things are. So, there you go. Let it dry. We'll be back. Okay, now we are at this next stage. And I've let all this dry, of course, because I did this in oil. Now we're going to work on this little bird. And I have here these colors, which are titanium white, sunflower, yellow light, cadmium yellow light, cadmium orange, Naples yellow, orange oxide, ultramarine blue, ivory black, and alizarin crimson. I like to keep all of these colors out on a palette when I'm doing these details, so this should be fun. And I hope you really enjoy it. Hope you're enjoying yourself, and don't give up on yourself, you know. These are time-taking lessons, and they are fun if you really want to enjoy some therapy, you know. As you get better and better in practice, then things get easier. So I'm gonna try a little bit of this. I do a lot of experimenting, of course, is with brushes and stuff. I want to flick some little hairs out just to play around with it. And I've got this little lid with oil in it, some walnut oil, and I'm just going to kind of dip the tip of my brush. I'm rolling it. See how I roll it? That kind of loads it up, and I do that a lot on a palette too. I'll go in and I'll grab a little paint and pull it out, and then I'll roll my brush to get it to the tip. Push it in, roll it, pull it out. See? Then you start to practice those lines. Same what you would do here. I mean, you could start from the bottom and go whip like this, or you can start out here and go inwards like that, and you get these little lines, which is really fun. If you get the paint thin enough, you really have to kind of practice here on your palette and pull that paint around and just practice. Flip your brush around, dip it in your oil a little more if you have to, just to get that paint to work for you. So whatever's comfortable for you, everybody's different, has a different touch, so there's no rules. Now I'm gonna go this way. Over here I might come up this way from the outside in, but here I think, well, I'll just play around with it, and you do what's comfortable. Practice on your palette if you need to, but if you're ready to be strong and brave, then go ahead and start flipping those little. This bird is really fluffy. He's got his fluff out. You see, I'm getting a little bit of too much like a blur there, and I'll come in with some yellow maybe and get some of that in, but I'll come in with this Naples yellow and maybe bring those feathers back in there. And then I'm going to pinch my brush. I'm going to pull it through like this. See how I'm rolling? Just to get that tip. Because I don't want to go like this, because I'll end up ruining the tip of this brush. It's all stuff you pick up along the way. Now I want the white. So I'm just gonna give him a little fluff. Maybe I'll come in here and, now this is the white part, so I don't really want this gold here. This is more of a white, so I'm gonna get a little more paint on the brush, maybe pull some of these hairs out. They're really feathers, but I'm calling them hairs because this is the same thing I do with hair on animals. A little more paint. I'll leave a little of that golden glow there, I think. I don't want to lose it all. This is the white part of the head, and I don't want it to be too gold. That white patch on the head. Up into the black. Now you can do whatever you want with your bird. It's all up to interpretation of how you want him to look. This is just how I do it. I just come in with these delicate little strokes. And you could use a different brush. You could go to your little rake where you have all those little hairs, and you could brush it sideways like this to get more at a time. Right within this white area maybe. And then when you come out to the edge, you might want to use your little liner brush. Whatever you're comfortable with. No rules, everybody has a different touch. I'll say that always. For me, I want to get the delicate feathers. Now you can leave it just the way it is. Or you can come in and do what I'm doing here. I think I want to get a little more of an ultramarine blue glow, so I'm going to grab that black, touch it into the blue. I don't want to get these paints mixed, so I'm going to grab some of that white and bring it down here. I can get some of that into my blue without mixing it up there into the yellows. Just all delicate work. They are so delicate. They're itty bitty little guys. And if you want the itty bitty delicacy, then you have to do the itty bitty paintbrush strokes. Just tiny bit there, just on the edge of the head so that it starts to glow. Now I want to grab a little bit of the crimson and put it up here into that black and blue mixture, twisting my brush. And I'm going to, I might want a little more. Little bit, just kind of like that, what I've got over there. And when the paint's wet like that, you can go back and forth like sweeping the floor. Sweep, sweep. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Lifting up each time you lay it down and you lift up. Lay it down, lift up. I hear an epilated woodpecker out there. I don't know if you can hear him. He's out there. I'm cleaning off my brush a little bit with the oil so I can get some clean white here. Like I say, you can get as tedious as you want here. You can leave him. You can walk away and leave him just like this if you want. I'm going to pull those right there in between the darks and the lights. Right at that edge. So I can get that back glow. A little more paint on my brush so I can get that nice rich white. Because I'm gonna, every time I touch that gray blue mixture that's wet, it gets dragged into the white, so I'm gonna keep on pinching my brush off like that. Or dipping it in the oil and cleaning it that way, too. So I want to get a little more here. See, starting to create that nice, gorgeous, whoop, see, but I can use that little glob of paint and set it down gently. If you do that and you're not confident, just put it back onto the palette or wipe your brush off. Put in and out. Whoop. I want that tip. I want those feathers to really fluff. Now I can grab this just soft color, come back up in here, pull that gray kind of blue mixture, wiping off my brush each time as I get too much of that white on there. Lip up those little tiny soft blue glow feathers. Now if you want to get really detailed, I can show you this, but if you don't, like I said, just let it go the way it is and move on. But I like to do this. I love it. I love those details. Now I'm going to keep wiping that brush off. And maybe he's got a little bit of light. Now this area here is dry. Maybe he's catching, his poochy little cheek is catching a little bit of light. Maybe on some of these other feathers. And maybe I want to switch out to my little rake again. Or grass comb, whatever you want to call it. And maybe I want to do, see, I'm going sideways. See how I've got the brush tilted to the flat tip? Just a little delicate. I might come back to that. Or actually, I might just come up in here and grab this color a little more deeper and then make a nice fold here. Whoop. See, now that's okay because I can pinch off the brush, grab a little more white. I must have accidentally got some too much paint on my brush, which I can fix this by just blending it in again. And this is all dry so that I can kind of manipulate that a little better. Now I'll just decide how much light I want onto his chest. He is catching most of the light over here, so I don't want to put too much on the chest. Maybe there's a little bit of light catching this side. So maybe just get into that pure white and just kind of pull it up. Now I think this is fun and I hope you do too. Now that I've done a little bit there, I think I'll come down here and show you how to paint the tail end. Put a little bit crimson on there to get that bluish. And I don't like it that dark. I want a little more of that purpley kind of crimson ultramarine blue with white more than any of that black. The more black you add, the more it's going to turn that black. So if you want it more of that maroony kind of color. Now we're going to do all this tail before we do the stick and the feet. Maybe there's a little crimson up here, so I'm just going to grab that and pull it in. Just got his tail resting there. I love that lavender glow. Give it a little bit of oil and pinch this off. I'm going to put this brush down because I get too many brushes in my hand and I can't maneuver myself. So let's put some of this here. And just relax with it. I got too much on there, it's okay. I'm gonna move that paint around. I want to get that glow from behind. And of course I'm gonna bring in more up in here, all the way up his body. Let's just do that now. I'm just going to use this brush so I can get it on there, and then I can flip around with the liner brush. Or I might just leave it at this. It's just, like I say, all what you're comfortable with. Just practice on your palette again and again if you have to. That's how you get it right, is by that practice, like with anything you do. I don't like those globs, so this is my little trouble spot, see? This little spot's trying to give me trouble, and I'm gonna fix its wagon. I'm gonna get a little bit of this oxide with the Naples yellow, and I'm gonna come in here and just sort of paint that back in there, that shadow color. Maybe a tiny bit of that orange. See, now I can just flip some of those shadow hairs in there, making the white stand out a little bit more. So, okay, I'm going to clean off that brush a little more with that oil. It's all that beautiful M-gram walnut oil that I use to clean and refresh the brushes and use as my medium. Okay, let's bring those divisions in. The white first. Get this tail done. They're just little feathers are folded in there. They don't have to be in any particular perfection because they're sort of subdued back in the background a little bit. Pinching off my brush each time I reload that white. Just pull those feathers around however you want them. I'm using my fingernail to balance my hand. Of course, you can use your piece of dowel, which I dropped on the floor, I think, but I don't need it. That's a nice thing about the videos. You can pause it if you drop something or you want a break. That's so wonderful. I wish I could have learned that way. And if you have any questions, be sure to send me an email, and you're welcome to show me your painting, and I will be happy to critique it for you. And love helping people out. I love when I get the excitement of that I've helped someone to learn to paint and made their world a little happier. You know, we just love to serve. A lot of times when people appreciate it just makes us happy, it just tickles us, you know? With anything, if you're teaching someone how to cook something, and they just get so excited because they're learning from you in some way. We're all really teachers. And now that I've got that white in there, I'm going to go ahead and grab this ultramarine blue and this crimson. A little bit of oil, I dipped it in there again like I showed you in the beginning. And we're just going to bring that into those divided areas where that orange is. Leaving some of the white, don't try not to paint it out. If you do, just come back in and refresh it. We're just going to divide some of those feathers. He's just got them all folded up in there. Give him a little fun color, maybe add some of the grays. Just to get some thought of division. Most of my detail is going to be up here. Get a little bit more of the blue with the touch of black. See, my brush slipped out of my hand, but all I have to do is take a little paper towel, wipe it off, in a circular motion. No big deal. Kind of pull that shadow down, grab the blue, the black, come down along the edge, just lay it down and swoop it around. Pinch off your brush if you have to, if you've got too much paint on there. Just kind of experiment with your 3 colors there. Come down and swoosh it around. Maybe make some, turn the brush this way rather than on its side so you can get some different marks here. Maybe bring a little more shadow up here under the branch. Not so much gray, I don't want to get it too dull. I like that sheen of the kind of a lavender color. Turmeric blue and crimson again. Give a little more shadow down to the edge. Notice when I turn my brush this way, I'm getting an edge, and I turn it this way, I'm getting a thicker mark. Without painting it out completely. Now I'm going to do another dividing. So I'm going to carefully come down and swoop it over. See, I'm grabbing that light color, which is fine. So I just pinch off the brush again. And I'm going to grab another feather here. Bring it down, pull it around. Bring it down, pull it around. Bring it down, pull it around. I know, everybody's trying to be funny. I just get my goofiness on sometimes. Okay, now I got that divided. Yeah, I think I like that. I'm going to a little bit of gray. Just to get one more shade of shadow on there. Pull it around. Just keep pulling that around. Now I'm thinking I want another white, and you can decide. I want another feather division here. I think just like that. Maybe a little more on this side, just to skinny up that feather a little more. Tail feather. I think I'm going to grab some of these tones and bring that down around again. See, I'm just kind of winging it. Winging it, get it? I think I said that before. I'm just figuring out where I want the feathers. Without losing too much of that glow. I think I want A little more of this light color here. And I'll probably mess with this a little more as I go. You know, it's all, you just have to keep getting up, looking at it, just relax in it. Listen to the birds outside to get that inspiration sometimes. I think I want to bring in a couple more little divider feathers. Okay. See, I'm thinking, so I go, just like that. A little white on the tip of the brush. See, now I got a nice little bunch of feathers. Then I'm ready to bring in this branch. So I think I want to just start this underside of this branch so you can kind of see where that's going. So it's going to have a little bit of a glow here. You can let it dry, or you can come on and get that on there without mixing it into your feathers. If you're nervous about that, wait till it dries and then come in. See, I'm sort of making some texture in that branch, maybe a little oxide. And then we'll get back to the bird, and then we'll do some more background. And then we'll, of course, these little feet. I think once I get this branch in this section done, I'll go ahead and bring in those feet more, so you'll get to see how I detail in those feet. But for starters, I just want to see where this branch is. Now it's got little nubs on it. It's just a little stick that's coming down into the lupin. Maybe I want a little orange. It's kind of shadowed down here, but it's catching some light, like the tail's catching light and the feathers are catching light. So I want to get a little bit of that yellow. I want to bring that yellow in just to get that nice glow. I love that yellow light. A little white with it. Oh, makes it just pop. See, now I can put this on the underside, or you can do the white first, then bring in your yellows. But you can start to see how I get these glows. It's super important when you're bringing in good light, is that yellow light and white together. Oh my gosh, look what they do. I just get so thrilled with this. Now you got little nubules, I'm gonna call them, on your little stick. So I'm gonna maybe make the top edge of it's gonna have that same back glow as the bird. So you're gonna bring in that white, bring that in, kind of let it sink under the feathers of the bird. And then we'll bring more of those feathers down on top once I've got this glow on. Now you can continue up and finish out that branch, or you can just stay in this area for now, just to practice that. I think there's gonna be, whoop, now see I've got a big glob. I'm gonna use that to my advantage and sort of bring in some texture on that stick. See how I'm turning the brush just to get the paint to just let go of the brush. It just lets go. Watch out for those globs. Don't want to get them on the tail too much. Can always paint over it though. Now see how the white by itself isn't as bright as when you add that yellow? Now watch when you add the yellow. A little more. Just get that nice glow. Now under here it's not going to be as bright because it's kind of under the bird. And I'm twisting that brush to get the paint to come off. Pushing that paint around. Now I'm going to grab some more of this kind of mixture here. You can see what colors I'm using. Pushing that orange in there now, just like we did with the bird. Orange and that, and the oxide. Just get it all on your brush. Let it just come off your brush and make its own little branch texture. Let it go under the feathers because he's got his feathers fluffed up over that top of that stick. Just keep bringing them in, bringing them in. Some of that acrylic's showing through from when we painted those acrylics on, which is fine. Don't lose your feet altogether, but if you do, it's okay. We'll work on those feet in a bit. I'm just going to keep making that texture. Now he looks like he's floating on a stick. So, okay, now we're going to bring in the oxide. One more shadow at a time. Grab that oxide, maybe a little crimson even, that will make that even richer. Just kind of pull it around, let it make its own little design in the branch and the stick. If you get too much, then go ahead and put the orange back in. Like grab some of this orange and put that back on there. See, like that, right in the center. Look how it's getting a nice glow now. I love it. And we'll do that all the way up the branch on both sides. More. And of course, I probably will let this dry again to make it easy on you. And I think you should too. Let it dry before we get into those feet. You might have let this dry after we did the tail, which is fine. You're going to be ready for that next stage, which you will see. Okay, now we're going to grab a little crimson and black. Just make a little bit of a brown color right there. Kind of not too much. We'll just push that around a little bit to bring in some more shadow textures in that little stick. Now if you get too much, just pinch off your brush and go back to your oxide and push that over the top of it. Or we can get some burnt umber out here. See, now you keep this smooth so that we can get those little feathers in there. If you've let this dry, even at that point, you can come in here and just get it the direction of those feathers so that there's no paint like going this way and it dries, and then you're trying to pull these feathers down over the dried paint and you run into a big glob of mess, and it's hard to get that in there again. See, watch, if you take some feather color. Now that I've got this going the right direction, I just pull it down over the top. But I don't want to do it now because I'll end up with some green colors because there's too much blues in there. Keep playing with it until you get all your textures. Even if this dries a bit, you can come back and just keep manipulating those colors. I love these rakes because they just do everything. Now this branch is coming up from up here, so I'm just going to take that white, a little yellow in there, just continue that. This is a good practice for a stick because it's nice and long. You get lots of practice on there. And then I'll have to stand up and look at it, see which direction I want my branch to go. But for now I can just go ahead and get that backlighting on there. Just twisting my brush again to get those little, and you don't want your branch to get real thin up here because it goes from thick to thin. From where it starts off the tree or wherever it's growing from, it's going to be thicker, then down here it's going to get thinner. But you want it to be substantial enough to hold the weight of that teeny tiny little bird. This is really a tiny little stick. It's kind of big, but not really. It's just a little dead stick that's sticking down from wherever, and it's going down into these lupids. Now I have to think about what direction I want to go with it as I move down here in this. Oh, that is a little wet there. That's okay. Smooth it with my finger. So gonna go ahead and, whoops. See, a little more practice. I'm gonna grab some yellow again. And maybe where I want things to be the brightest, I'll leave more white. Like say, I want the sun to be kind of really bouncing off this part of my stick. So I want to lay in that white with the yellow. And maybe down here it'll get more shadowed, but I don't want too much brightness up here because I want the attention to brought into the bird. And you'll see as we come out into these background color, I'm going to take probably, I don't know if I'll use this the whole way, but I'll show you just a little sample of what I want to do up here. I want some glows, like there's stuff back here that the sun is catching. So I'm just gonna kind of swirl it around. I might get another filbert because I don't want to mess up this rake. I'll get a thicker filbert so I can kind of push that color around. But you'll see as I go, and there'll be more glow here, little patches of glowy things back there in the background. Really helps to pop the bird out. But for now, you just keep on bringing in those colors from white to yellow to golds into the center of your branch, because it starts to round. It creates that roundness when you bring that shadow right down to the center like that. And then it creates, see, I'm just kind of pushing and wiggling and mashing it around a little bit. Not too much paint. If you're not that comfortable, don't put too much paint on there. If you are, then go ahead and do it. And push the paint around with your brush. Pinch off the paint off of your brush if you have too much on there. Pinch it off. And then just keep bringing those. Maybe I'll bring in the Naples yellow first. Pushing it up. Because it's kind of starting to get shadowy up there, and I want that light again down here to be the most prominent. So then I'll grab some more of the oxide and push that up into the shadows. Still catching a little light, but it's getting more shadowy up here. Just kind of push that around, pull it around and manipulate that brush a little bit, twist it, turn it. Pat down some of those globs if you don't like the globs. If you do, now this is just a dry brush, as I haven't loaded any more paint. I'm just kind of using what I've got on the brush already. And I'm kind of pulling it around because I want that to create that roundness on that little stick at the same time. Just keep playing with it. It's gonna just create its own thing sometimes. Maybe I want a little knot there. I'll push something up there. Maybe I want a little more shadow in that knot. Maybe it's gonna straighten out right there, and I'll pull that out. Maybe I'll grab a little bit of that black with the oxide, sort of come along at the bottom here to create that shadow. Pulling those browns down into that shadow, just barely. A lot like with the bird. Just be patient with yourself. You can do this. It just takes practice and time. Sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's not. It depends on how much you've practiced. Do this over and over again if you have to. Grab that crimson and black, and creating now little nodules and knots and some little things that could be coming off this branch. I don't want it to be too dark, so I'm going to grab the crimson with the oxide Don't want too much of that black on there. I want to have a nice glow. See how I'm just moving up and down this branch, up and down, just to get it to where I want it. Time, patience, delicate touches. This is what this one is. Not too delicate. It's not really that delicate. It's, you just keep on. Maybe there's a little, like a branch started to grow out right there. Maybe got some little knots here, knots there. Little shadow there. Just a delicate shadow, maybe. Just create your own little stick. Maybe go out and pick a stick off the ground or a tree and look at that. That helps too. Keep bringing that color down the branch. Try not to paint over your yellows too much where you're really getting bright. And this can always be refreshed, and we'll refresh it. There could be, you know, some more Naples yellow up in here. Once it's dried, it could be that you have to wait for it to dry before you feel comfortable about putting some of these colors in there. The more you practice, the more your touch gets delicate, and it helps you relax in life too, you know. So just taking the time for something. The white, because I lost some of that, I think. I'm gonna have to get up here pretty shortly. And as I move down the branch again, I'm gonna get some of these shadows going on here. And maybe I don't like it so bumpy, and maybe I want to make it more straight. And maybe I don't like all that busyness there. This is a really cool little branch because it's a really cool little bird. So I'm gonna green some of that there. Maybe some grays with the crimson. Coming up into the shadow. Remember, don't drag the paint across because you want that to come up and down right here for the feathers. Here you can go this way. Here you have to kind of push the paint around, like leaving room for those feathers to come over the top. Here you don't have to. Here you can make those. And I think once this dries, I'm gonna want to do some more to this branch. But you can do whatever you want. See? That starts to create that back glow. Love it. I think I need a break. Okay. See you in a sec. Okay, I'm gonna show you. We're gonna try and finish the bird. And I want to show you my next brush I got out. Trying to situate myself here. Okay, this is a 3/8 inch rake. My glasses on. Now I put out some fresh white. Now a lot of times I'll dip my tip of my brush again in that oil just to get the little hairs wet. You can see how this will really rake on the. So I'm just gonna kind of pick up a little bit of paint here. I want to kind of make it thicker up in here because I want to really show the white reflecting from the sun on this side of his head. Just kind of tap it on there. And just sort of twisting the brush until I see that paint come off. It's really delicate. Sometimes I'll have to dip the brush again in the oil and sometimes not. Just depends on how it loads onto the brush and how it's coming off of the brush. want this side of his head just to pick up a little more light to show that fluffiness of his little head. I might have to dip my brush again. We'll see again. Watch how that loads, that doesn't load too much. Now maybe I want to come up here. And you might want to use your liner, whatever you're comfortable with. But I like to get these little rakes going. They can really put on a lot of paint pretty fast. Look at my reference here. Okay, I'm going to dip my brush again, just slightly to get it to push that paint onto the brush a little better without glomming it up. And kind of work at it until I see that it's getting loaded onto the tip of those little hairs. Now if you're using your liner, it's the same technique I was showing you earlier. So with this one, it's going to get a lot more. And you just delicately put that on there. And if you want, like I say, more careful loading, if you still feel uncomfortable with the rake, go ahead and use that liner. See, now I'm going to turn that brush over so that the paint comes off both sides of the brush. Because it loads on both sides, and I just sit and comb it. And maybe I want a little more up there on his cheek. And again, just however it comes onto your brush, whatever touch you have. Everybody's touch is different. So see how that comes off? Just kind of pet it through here sometimes to get the paint on there. Just experiment. Be patient with yourself. Go both directions with the brush, with unloading it. Now, I might come down here and separate some of those hairs again. Come down here and grab some of those softer tones of shadows that are in the white areas. Here, I would use these tones of shadows, of course. But right now, I just want to stick with the white, and then we're going to get to the feet. To look at something. Sorry. Okay, now I want to come here. Try to get some of this. Now, if this is wet, just be careful that you're not picking up that color. And if you do, just grab your towels. I like using these Viva. They're really, really soft. I don't like rough paper towels, but you can use whatever you want. I think I'm going to come back up here and create some more little patches of light. Now you can get as detailed or as, as you want. See, now I've grabbed a glob of paint, but that's okay. I'll just keep combing that through. Kind of tap down here for some little wild feathers that are sort of blowing around in the wind. Okay. Thinking. Okay, I think I want to bring in some more light down here, and then we'll work down towards those feet. Now, little soft, short strokes. You don't want to go long because you'll end up with this big poof ball of hair. And to cut through those, you just grab your shadow colors and cut through those hairs and make them short again if you end up with too long of feathers. See how I'm just tapping? I'm not dragging that paint. I'm tapping. I'm carefully placing those feathers in there. Flip the brush over. Now I'm kind of going up this way because the wind's kind of blowing his feathers around. Maybe I'll have a few little waves. I say waves because they're just like different sections of feathers getting blown around in the wind, and the light is picking up on them. And I want to have his little chest poof out a little bit more here, so I'm going to catch that light here. Now you can work on this as long as you want, or leave it however you want it. Go on to the next project if you're feeling like this is enough. But if you want to continue like I do, just keep on raking those feathers in. I think I want to bring down a little here. Now, sometimes I have to just get up and look at it. It's really hard to see it true perspective when you're sitting up close to it a lot, all the time, you know. You have to get up and feel like where you need to work your shadows in. I'm going to get a lot of paint here because I want to get this chest to pop a little more. Short, short, short strokes. I'm just adding lots of white here because I want this to poof up. He's roughed up his little poofy chest and he's got wind blowing his feathers round. These little birds are so adorable. So let's see. Now I bring my brush in at an angle a little bit and twist it when I want shorter and lengthen it when I want a little bit long and then shorten it again. See how I turn that brush? There's it. This helps cause division in the little sections of feathers. God's little birds. God's little babies. We love them. Speaking of babies, my daughter just had another baby. Number 7. I'm so happy. Her 3rd girl. She has an amazing husband. Has his own business. Live out on the family farm. Just love enjoying nature. And that's, you hear a lot of roosters in the background. Got goats up here. Horses, dogs, cats and rabbits, and chickens. Just love it up in the mountains. That's where I saw those eagles. If you haven't watched that video, go on my channel and watch that video on my YouTube channel. Amazing eagles. So I just keep fluffing those feathers up. Feel like you need to come in with some shadows on this gold side. Bring in some shadows on the gold side. Just separate those little hair feathers again, over and over until you are happy. Just delicate, delicate, delicate work. Down here there's mostly gold, so I'm going to stick with those as I separate those hairs, softening the look on the belly until I'm happy with it. Tinkering around with it. Up here. Just twisting and turning. Changing directions. Bringing that feather down over the feet, where the feet will be, like I said before when we were doing the branch. Don't want any clumps of getting hot. I'm gonna have to take off my jacket. Okay. Excuse me, please. these sloped feathers and fix right there. Again, pushing it around. Now I'm going to go to my liner brush because I want to heat. So I'm going to go in with the black and ultramarine blue just a bit. It's okay, it mixed with this brown over here, that's fine. Just roll that brush in there so you get a tip. And I think I want my first little toes. Got 3 toes in the front. Here's the side toe. The claw kind of comes around like that. Here's that center toe. Oh, that could be the center toe. Let's make that the center toe. These are a little shorter, these ones. I'm trying to go a different direction, you know, as they hang on to the branch. Sometimes that center toe is really prominent. We'll just work that on there. Use your dowel if you need to balance your hand. Just resting my hand on here. And the little patterns of little toes go sideways like that. You get that shadow in there so I can see where that is going. Okay, I want this one to sort of claw, maybe anchor into the branch like right here. And those shadows first. Because the little stick will start to shape your patterns in the toes. Because there's already light in there. I'll get the dark in there. The claw comes clear up here. Use that shadow. Really use the tip of the brush. Holding that brush and put on there. Claw there. And push off a little bit. I'm going to grab some pretty purple tones. A little highlight on that claw. Now it might need to dry for you, but I'll just show you how to do this so that even if you let it dry, you can come back and put these tones in. And little patterns and the little toes go sort of this way, and that they're going to be reflecting the light. A little on the tip. Kind of tap it. Very therapeutic to me because the more you practice, the more you have confidence and the more relaxing it is. Even if you flub it up, so if you say, okay, flub that one up, just do it again. Just wipe it off or just paint over it. These aren't perfect yet. As I go, I'll just keep bringing in those shadows, highlights until it's going to be deep shadows right down deep underneath this little claws. Get some brown. Down. Now if I get that claw to fit, that's okay, because I'm going to just refine it by bringing in some more shadow or fix the stick underneath, whichever works better. Push the color of the stick around, or I can refine the claw. Just doing this. Kind of overlaps the other one. Take some other colors and sort of bring shadows down around it like that, gently. Kind of sink that up into his feather a little bit. Get some of these colors, bring that around over the top of the other shadow colors. Now if it's too wet, you can just let it dry. Don't rush yourself. You don't want to overlap these shadows too much. And I probably won't work in there too much for now. Like, just get up and look at it, because I'm not sure I'm liking that too much. Yeah, get this claw up in there a little more. Oh, see, I lost a little bit of that shadow color, which is fine, but I'll just drag it back in there. Now I like to work these over and over again. I like to let them dry, and then I go back. And touch them up when they're dry, because sometimes it's hard to get them in when it's wet. I'm going to bring in some of these lighter feathers over here where the paint's kind of dry. Careful not to touch that black too much. Don't always easy, but especially when it's wet like this. Just sort of crisscrossing some of these others. Put some of these blue tones in there, like that dull black. A couple of white. Make the blue pop out. Delicate little toesies. And of course the other one. Little foot painted in. Don't spend too much time there. Ooh, that looks much better with the blue tones in there. That black was getting too black. And I'll come back in and touch that up shortly. Now I think I want this other foot. Maybe right here. That's kind of where it was before. But I'm going to get more blue into that black this time, because I put too much black in the other time. These toes are kind of coming over this way. That's the way he's sitting. And when he gets stuck over there like that. See, now that I practiced over here, I kind of know where the wood's going to go. Not like that. See, now I don't like this one so much. because now I'm making the other one smaller. If it should be, see, I can mess up too. Oh, see, now I fixed it. The toes were looking too big and prehistoric. So these used. Oh, little twitch. Just tinker around with your feathers as they dry. As these feet dry. I think I want to use my rake to kind of smooth this out because I'm looking. Now that I've got it sort of smoothed out, I can go. That'll be easier for when I go to correct it. Correct all the hairs coming down. Add a little bit of highlight here. And these toes. See, I got too sloppy up in there in between the. I'm going to take some of this branch color. Just divide those toes a little bit. And that's how you can clean up a mess. Let it dry and retouch it after you've stood up and looked at it. Look at the finished painting. You can kind of see where I go with it. A little more highlight on here. Shadow. Claws are. Like just this side, the light's coming from over there. Come back and retouch this mess that I made. See his toes, but it's experiment. It's all about experimenting, trying to get those toes laid in there correctly. And I think I'll clean up this mess with some lighter color when it dries. Depending on how much you've done here, you want to let that kind of dry or just think about it before you continue on. And here I think I want to shadows between the feathers here. Look like the branch that's underneath needs some more shadow. Maybe some crimson. Kind of creates feathers as we divide the shadows there on the branch. The feathers that are already painted in. Show you how to correct it. Happy mistakes, right? It's alright. Mess it up like I just did. You just let it dry. Come back over it. I think I'll bring in that yellow again. Backlighting back behind his toes. Tap it in a bit. Or wait till it dries and you can do it then. Don't be too daring if you don't feel like you're comfortable with that. Or else you'll just get frustrated. You just go slow, take your time. Now he's got little feet. Now that's cute. Start little hairs will come across. See that? Start fluffing them up. You can let them dry and do another layer of fluff, whatever you're comfortable with. If you don't want to do anything more, then don't do anything more. I need to fix that because I don't like that being so dull. So I'm going to grab this light hair feathers. Always pinching off my brush as I drag that down because I don't want to pick up black that's wet. If I come down and I touch, then I'm going to pinch my brush off so I don't have that black on there. Touch, wipe my brush off. And I can lay those feathers right down across like that. Another one. And start to cover up your little feet a little bit with this fluff that's coming over the branch. And over his belly. If you're brave, you can use your rake, but I think I want to be delicate here. Now, very close to you. See this one sitting here in my head, but I want to show you how that I do this up close. Let's get, take a break with me. Look at this just looking into the background very shortly. And I have to be really careful because I don't want to touch the black. See it? I touched it just fine. I'm going to try this brush. Get some of that white. Not touch that black. Be very carefully. And I'll work this some more. Once I get up and look at it. Some of the usual colors coming down like this. It's worth painting. It's very delicate. It's worth doing all that delicate work. Keep my hand on the tip of this. Being very careful not to come around and touch my wet paint. Flipping that brush over to get the paint to come off. And back up here. Start to take shape. A lot of work, but it's worth it for me. And I hope it's worth it too. Why not? Just go as far as you want. It's perfectly fine. Everybody has a different idea how much they want to detail something. And I grabbed that kind of purple because it's starting to get shadowy over here. Very carefully. Very carefully twisting my brush. Come back over here. They're going to get up and look at it, and we'll probably get into the background. But I hope that's enough to show you the basics of painting this bird and doing all the delicate work. So I've added a couple of more colors here, and I've been kind of messing around because, to tell you the truth, I don't have the right zoom. This is something I'm working on getting. So I really appreciate your support. So I've had to stand back, is my point, in order to get the proper perspective of what I want to accomplish here. And so I thought, okay, I put up some cerulean blue and some quinacridone rose, and that of course is listed. So I started with my white, and I was just kind of taking this filbert, it's all wiped out. I think it's like like a half-inch filbert. It's just a regular filbert. It's one I've had for a while and it's kind of wore out. So I just kind of took the white and smeared it. Just started doing little circular motions. This is blurred back here, so we're not going to worry too much about definition. I've just created some sky, and now I'm coming into the colors, which there's lots of different colors in here. I want to put several of these in here, but I want to start with the white because it kind of lays down my pattern first. So maybe there's some flowers back here and just just laying it on its side, just to create just some, you don't have to be crazy detail at this point, just sort of the thought of flowers back there, colors. Coming in, and maybe I'll add a little of the yellow light just to start creating some, just the thought of things glowing, just like I did over here. Now maybe I'll come in with a little orange, always with a little bit of white so it's not too strong. Maybe there's some orange flowers kind of mixed up in this meadow. Maybe over here, because this is where the sunbeams are coming through. And so it's really going to be blurred off. We want the bird to pop. So you can create however you want. You don't have to follow my pattern. Just do whatever you want. Just smear a bunch of color on there if you don't want to do all this. I left out the green off the palette, so I think if I take some of this ultramarine blue with the yellow, I can make a little green color. Maybe just a soft green, just to start creating that meadow back there. Maybe there's some bushes up here. It's kind of fun to create a blur, a thought, imagination of things back in here, colors and flowers, and that way when we come up close, as we come into the light, the flowers will start to appear more defined. So if you aren't really wanting to do the bird and you just want to do the flowers, that's fine, or vice versa, that's fine. It's a good study. So I'm just sort of, and I don't have very much paint on my brush, so I'm kind of pushing that color around just to fog it out into the fog. Because again, I'm just trying to create some color tones, some imaginary something back there. We don't know what it is, bushes or flowers, or both, with a little sky showing. Maybe there's branches coming up here a little bit across that sky, a little more. Just kind of pushing, shoveling, and just shoveling, circling, smearing, smudging it, kind of like you would with a mop. But I don't want to go crazy with the detail back there. Just want color. Maybe I want a little more light. Maybe I want some yellow light. Maybe there's some bushes that are catching more of the light back here, just to create some interesting things here. And then it'll just start taking shape. You just push things around and they just start making their own little something. Doesn't have to be particular. It's just you don't want to take away from the bird, but you want to create some interest over here. Let me see a little bit of orange with the yellow. Get some orange flowers back here. It's springtime. Lots of color. Pop, pop, pop. More. Here's where the sunbeams are coming down over. I feel like I'm whispering because I'm relaxed. That's a good thing. Sunbeams are catching, lighting up the edges of some of those things that are back there. Don't want to come too close to the bird with too much detail. Kind of fogged off, and I'll probably go over this again. I know this is a long study, but you could cut it up in parts, and like I say, just do the bird or do the flowers or both. If you want to take the time, you can do it at your leisure. It's just a beautiful thing. You don't have to do it all at once. That's what I love about this whole thing. You can just switch off to something else if I don't want to work on this for a while. No hurry. See, that sunbeams are catching the light of something. I don't know what yet. There's colors coming up in here. I'm gonna wipe off my brush, really pinch it off so it's dry, and I can just sort of push that color around. Circular motion sometimes helps. Or use your paper towel and kind of buff it. Could go like this. Oops, drop something. And you sort of like rub it off a little bit. If you don't like too much color, paper around. Because I want to get more lavenders across where the bird is. I think I have a wet spot here still, so it's not going to work for me very well. I might just work around it for now. I like the colors that are showing up, though. And maybe now I want to grab some of the rose color. Start popping in some of the lupins or something that could be back here. They're kind of long like this. Just follow along with the finished painting and you'll do fine. White. I'll add some purple tones. Get to that point. Catching the light of the sun. Some are coming into the shadow. Here, back into the light where the sunbeam crosses here. Just smudges, blurred off in the background. Pinching off my brush, pushing that paint around the dry brush. We'll get some of that violet out onto the palette in a minute. Which is kind of the ultramarine blue, but it's also find it. Well, I will have to use the ultramarine blue because I can't seem to find my violet. I'll get it out later and add it. So maybe I'll put some ultramarine blue with some of this cerulean. Kind of makes a purpley color. I'll have to get it out because my brush is pretty dirty, but I don't worry about it right now. Just going to dry off that brush and push that color in, twisting the brush to make it sink into the foggy, blurred out appearance. Then we'll add the violet on top of that. So then we come back into the sunbeams. Not going to worry about it just yet. Maybe come up here and add some light to some of these plants and flowers and things that might be up here, just to get some interest. It's kind of fun making a blurry blur of stuff. Just bushes, colors of spring. Love it. It just sort of evolves. Maybe I'll grab a little ultramarine blue and a little more yellow to make a deeper green up here. I might get out my phthalo green, or maybe I won't. Not till I get up to the close-up foreground flowers. Just creating a field back here. Field of color. And I don't want it to get too dark. I have to be careful not to overload my brush. And you can start to see maybe there's some leaves from the lupin here in the blur and in the shadows. See, and then there's the sunbeam. I got a wet spot there, so I might have to wait till that dries. I'm going to try to sort of create that so you can see it a little better. I'm gonna not worry about that spot right there too much. You probably don't have a dry or wet spot like me, so maybe you do. And you just kind of lay your brush on it if you do. Not try to rub through it because it just wants to stick. Push some beams down through there too. Now these beams we'll have to go over a couple of times, perhaps. I'll put another one up here. Need more white. Well, I'm running out of white, which means I'm probably gonna have to take a break. Get some of that purple out. Sorry if I'm not talking loud enough. Sound like Bob Ross. Sometimes you could just take the white and to create the light where the beams are coming through, just pop on some highlights coming up the beam and down the beam. Then you start to see it better. Your imagination, it just starts happening. The painting just sort of takes on its own showcase of whatever starts to happen back there. Getting down into the meadow, so here I'll start to create more flowers. So I'm going to get up and look at this. And figure out what I'm going to do. I don't know if you've noticed this bruise on my hand. Let me tell you a little story about that bruise. It actually matches the colors that I'm working with. That's hilarious. You know, this bruise right here, isn't it beautiful? So, in case you were wondering, okay, now I've got this violet out here now. I'm gonna get a little bit of white so you can see that color. That's kind of in the lupins a little bit. But I want to first start by putting in some light. This is a sunbeam coming through here, so I want it to be subdued and have a lot of light hitting it. A little bit of shadow. And I'll go over that again once this is at its next stage of drying. This is what's wonderful about these oils. You can let them dry and then work on something else while you're, and then look at your painting as you're working on something else, just to kind of go get inspired somehow. The birds have been singing a lot today, inspiring me. So I'm just gonna keep popping that light in here. Maybe back in here. What I'm doing is just starting to create that sunbeam without going this way too much. And making some color show up. Things getting hit by the light. Just right through this strip here. And then that helps me work my way down into the close-up flowers. I'm going to put a little bit more shadow as I come down here. This is mostly lupin, but it has a few other flowers mixed in there, which makes it interesting. Those oranges kind of coincide with the sort of bring your eye to the bird. Little oranges, and I'll maybe brighten those up a bit more as I go. Really want to get this spring meadow, this feel of a beautiful spring time bloom of lupin. Not worrying about detail yet, just again, just kind of creating my patterns of color. Maybe there's a lupin going to be standing here. Maybe there'll be another one here, sort of pointing towards the bird. And as I go, I'll just keep popping that light where the sunbeam is. Smear it and smudge it as I go. Because I want it to be soft here where the sunbeam is. See how I'm loading my brush, sort of tapping the paint on, not getting too much paint on there. Still, they're back, they're far away. They're sort of soft, blurred. Up here will be the strong close-up. As you look at your finished painting, you can see what I mean. This is how I do it. Maybe I'll pop in a little bit of rose in there at the same time, just to start creating my lupins. Not worrying again, too much detail. This is the fun part where you don't have to worry so much about the tight detail just yet. My lovely bruise. I was looking at that on the replay as I was filming this. I was like, oh my gosh, that bruise. Look at that bruise. Okay, let me tell you the story about that bruise. Well, I do art shows. I go take my walls and my art and I display and sell my work at different events and festivals. Well, I have these lights that attach to the top of my walls. Well, I was taking one down and the cord just whipped around and the plug part of the cord just snapped on the top of my hand. And I'm like, ow, that kind of hurt. And then I looked down there about an hour later and there's this great big swollen blood blister. It was horrible. And it kind of hurt. And then it smoothed out into this lovely bruise. Isn't that just lovely? Look how it matches the colors. That's par for the course, you know. I don't normally hurt myself. I'm very, very careful. But just happened to give me a nice, lovely bruise. Okay, I'm going to start here a little bit more. I think I'm going to go ahead and bring some color over here. Getting closer and closer and closer to the foreground. Probably keep this really soft up here. So that's where the main light source is coming from. Keep adding I'll be adding more of those colors in here as I go. Same technique. Just smearing them in with this same brush. Adding more and more light to the tips of those flowers and bushes that could be back there. Right through the sunbeam. I'll add a little more light just to get the feel of this up here. Helps inspire me when I can get a little bit more color. See, I'm just sort of rubbing it in on that dry surface of paint. Not to hit the bird because I think those feathers might be wet on the edge of his body. I just love it. It's starting to take shape. Yay. I was getting a little bit wondering because I was sitting too close to it. And I didn't quite know what I wanted to do. So down here, I think I'll just start adding some deeper color, deeper tones, just to sort of feel my way through this. I'm sort of making it up as I go, looking at some reference of lupin that I have. But you're looking at the finished painting as you go, so you don't really need the photographs. And a lot comes from my thoughts and how I want this to come along. So this branch is going to come down. So I think I'm going to sort of, it's going to come down and sink into the, in there to the, I think maybe I'll go ahead and just put a little color just so I could see it. Disappearing down into the grasses. And I'll get a little more detail to it as I go. But first off, I want to just start getting these grasses in here. Grasses and leaves, lupin leaves, and I want to stay light first. I don't want to get too dark yet. Just want to give that pattern and thought of where that stick is going to go down into the grass. Maybe there'll be another little part of it come down like that. Just kind of use your imagination. So I think I want to I'm going to try to use up this palette before I quit for the day because I don't want it to dry and I want to put a fresh palette out when I start filming again. I film this in segments. Grass, grass. Grass is starting to appear. Just the tip of your brush. More ultramarine blue with the red yellow will make a nice green, not too dark. Just strip that through. Just the illusion. Illusion of grass and lupin leaves are starting to pop up. Leaves of the lupin and grasses mixed into this beautiful meadow of springtime. Here, see how now you could see how this stick is sort of disappearing into this grassy area that's up here in the foreground. And then we'll get into the detail. And we'll do some more of the soft blur tones first, of course. Even if I take a break, we're going to come back and bring in some of those soft tones first so I can start to see my pattern. Point the grasses up to the bird. Nice thing is as this dries, we can always bring those sunbeams in darker and deeper. As it comes down to the shadow, we add more. So it starts to get a little more color. A little more shadow. Down here where the stick is going to be going into the depths of the grass. Work on that in a bit. Trying to just get the feel of it. Come down into the shadow here. Because the stick is causing some shadow and it's also here in the foreground. Just pushing that paint around. Just push it around. Push it. Push it, push it. The illusion of grasses up here in the foreground, and there's some lupins there, and then there's going to be lupins up here. Some of that yellow. Soften that up. Just taking my time. Twisting those grass blades around. They're sort of blurred out. They're not like real. I'm sure I like that, but I can fix it. See, I don't want to get in a hurry. I'll blur it over with my sunbeam. You'll see. Pick up a lot of tips going through this, whoops, long video. I can fix that too. Show you how. Maybe some long ones coming up here. It's an itty bitty bird in this beautiful meadow of springtime. Okay, I'm gonna take some white. Go over my mistake a little bit. For starters, being that soft there. Oh, I really got crazy over here and messed up my tail. That's okay. I'll show you how to fix it. Kind of take the brush brush and go around it soft. And then we'll take that liner brush and fix that in a little while. Well, I'm just going to keep working through here and softening up my brush strokes. I've run out of white again. Just going to push that paint around a little bit for now. It's an illusion. These are grasses that are way behind all the foreground grasses. That's why they're really blurry. That's why I'm just pushing the color around. And then it helps me see the pattern that I want. I want to grab some yellow. More white. The white helps me to see where I'm wanting to put things before I really add a lot of color. Also helps me see where the beams of light are coming in. And it also keeps those grasses subdued a little bit. To the beam of light rather than too detailed. If you want to learn details, stick with me. If you want to keep in these blurry tones, that's fine too. You can stick with me there. And then not worry about too much detail. Now this will all turn softer as I come back and bring in more light beams coming through, pushing their way in. I think this will be in the background, and then this will come up and hit the flowers here in the foreground. Again, look at the finished painting, and you'll see what I mean. Some orange hit my brush, which is fine because it just sort of creates its own little world of color. Maybe there's some dead grasses in there. Happy accident. Some yellow to that. Kind of balances out what's back there. See, it just sort of, your painting just sort of happens. But you kind of have to stick with a design of how to lead the eye in. You got Z's again. You got a line that way and a line this way, and then another line this way. It brings your eyes in. I always like to offset the animal to the side a little bit, so it leads you into the background as well. I like how this has happened here. I accidentally grabbed that orange and it actually is nice. It's adding some really pretty colors. Hope you enjoy this. Let me know what you want to paint. So, what I can create for you. I love to help. So you just mess with that as much as you want.